Ithaca, New York. It's Ithaca baseball on Bomber Sports. As the Bombers open up their conference schedule, so it's technically a home game being played across town on Cornell University's home field against the Golden Knights of Clarkson University. I'm Eli Fishman alongside with you for the action. Both teams opening up their conference schedule as James Mason in the right-handed batter's box for the Golden Knights. Colin Lehner on the mound. He kicks and fires. The first pitch is the fastball called strike on the low outside corner. Mason, the leadoff man for the Golden Knights, 7-3 on the year, coming back from their spring break trip as the 0-1 waved and misses at the slider, and it's 0-2. Kent Wilson hits second. Joe Figliolino is the catcher hitting third. Robert Fredangelo is the DH as a strikeout for Colin Lehner. To start off this game, Mason with the K. First on the board for Lehner. Fredangelo is the DH. Jake Millick in left field hitting fifth. Joe Pagano in center field hitting sixth. Cam Jarrett. Seventh is the shortstop. Aiden Kiefner is the right fielder hitting eighth. C.J. Cartier rounds out the order at third base. First pitch ball to the left-handed hitting Kent Wilson, who's hitting .435 in the season. And Nicholas Hofacker on the mound for Clarkson as the 1-0 pop foul behind his own plate over the netting and out of play. Lehner on the mound for Ithaca. Defensively in the outfield, Fabo, Feeney, Shishati. Left to right on the outfield. On the infield, it's Peterson at third. Rothstein at short as the 1-1. Chopped right back over the head of Lehner behind the second base bag. Picked up by Rothstein. Throws across the diamond in time. 6-3 and a quick 2 outs to start off this ball game. On the right side of the infield, Riley Brody at second. Ryan Lobsher at first base. And Ethan DiDabo doing the catching for Ithaca as Joe Figliolino digs in, the sophomore catcher who's had a tremendous start to the season for the Golden Knights. The first pitch he sees is a fastball called a strike on the outside corner to go 0-1. Figliolino earning the starting catcher job, which he fought for coming into the season as the 0-1 fouled off with the slider, gets a piece of it, and sends it to the netting behind his own plate, 0-2. Already a punch out in the inning for Colin Lehner, who's had a dominant start to his collegiate career. Now a junior, got a lot of big midweek starts last year as the 0-2. Bloop foul down the right field line, and that'll make it over the fencing and out of play to stay 0-2. As Lehner kicks and fires, here comes the 0-2. Breaking ball just low and away. So the count goes to 1-2. Lehner, the junior from Edison, New Jersey, who to this point on the season has made 4 starts as the breaking ball low and away evens it up at 2. Coming off 2 strong starts against Arcadia and Oswego down in the spring break trip in Lexington for Ithaca, as Lehner gives a couple of shakes. Now the nod comes home 2-2. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. DiDabo picks it up in the dirt. Tags Figliolino on the back for out number 3. A pair of punch outs in the inning for Colin Lehner. And 3 up, 3 down. Nobody reaching base for Clarkson as we head to the bottom of the first. But we will keep it right here to give you the Ithaca lineup and talk a little bit about Hofacker on the mound for Clarkson, because he's been their ace for the past couple of seasons. So far this year, a 4.5 ERA in 4 appearances, highlighted by a dominant outing against Hamilton in a start. Did get the loss, but went 7 innings, allowing 2 runs on 5 hits with 5 punch-outs against a big-time upstate New York team in Hamilton that's competed with a lot of top 25 teams to start off this season. Hofacker, the right-hander from Deer Park, New York, will face this lineup for the Bombers. Colin Feeney leads it off in center field. Louis Fabo is the left fielder hitting second. Matt Curtis is the DH. He hits third. Ryan Lobsher at first base doing the cleanup. Ethan Rothstein is the shortstop. Ethan DiDabo getting the start today behind the plate. He hits sixth. Hitting seventh is Colin Shishati in right field. Riley Brody hits eighth. He's at second base. And manning the hot corner is the junior Connor Peterson. As the Bombers 8-4 on the season, this the home opener for both sides. The conference opener, I should say, for both sides. The home opener technically for Ithaca, but due to snow and some rainy conditions being held across town at Booth Field, home of the Cornell University baseball team. And this was a game that was a series that was initially supposed to start on Friday. It was going to be one game Friday, two Saturday, and snow throughout the weekend pushed that back to eventually Sunday, Monday, Monday, Tuesday. They couldn't play yesterday as well due to the field conditions. So it'll be a doubleheader here on this Tuesday. Both teams actually had midweeks in out-of-conference games against some of the powerhouses of the region that they had to move in order to get this game in. Ithaca was supposed to face Brockport today. Clarkson was supposed to face Cortland. As Colin Feeney digs into the left-handed batter's box to lead it off for Ithaca here in the bottom of the first. Still no score after a 1-2-3 inning in the top of the frame by Later as Ofacker, the righty, with a wide-open delivery, kicks and deals the first pitch, a called strike on the low outside corner of the left-handed hitting Feeney, who's hitting .294 in the season with a .753 OPS. As Ofacker winds and deals, here comes the 0-1. It's a fastball just low to even it up at 1. And Feeney had a hot last couple of games down in Lexington on the Bombers' spring break trip. He's 6 for his last 7 entering today. Here's the 1-1. Foul behind to him, played off the netting to go 1-2. Bombers with a strong spring break trip, which is now 2 weeks ago, as all the postponements of games, Ithaca hasn't played in almost 2 weeks. Here comes the 1-2. Off speed, low and away out of the hand of Hofacker to even it up. Ithaca went 5-2 on their spring break trip, highlighted by a pair of wins over number 23 Arcadia. Here comes the 2-2. Fastball fouled off. Got a piece of it. It goes off the netting behind home plate. To stay 2-2 on Feeney. Here in the Liberty League opener, Bombers and Golden Knights. No score in the bottom of the first as the 2-2 from Hofacker. Breaking ball grounded sharply off the foot of Hofacker, sliding in safely at first base with a single on the infield as Colin Feeney. It ricocheted off the ankle of Hofacker right towards the first baseman in Kent Wilson, who raced to the bag, but the speedy Feeney beats him out for an infield single. And obviously the athletic staff is going to come out and take a look at Hofacker after that was a sharp line drive right off, it looks like his right ankle. So the athletic training staff as well as head coach for the Golden Knights, Jim Kane, will head out to the mound and take a look. He's doing his laps, taking some circles around the pitcher's mound at the moment. Looks like he'll take some warm-up pitches as Louis Fabo's set to dig in. Defensively for Clarkson, Figliolino taking the warm-up pitches. He's the catcher. On the infield, Cartier is the third baseman. Cam Jarrett at short. Mason at second. Kent Wilson at first. And in the outfield from left to right, Jake Millick in left. Pagan in center. And Aiden Kiefner in right. Hofacker appears to be all right. Throws a couple warm-up pitches to Figliolino. Says he's all good to go. Sends Kane and the athletic trainer back to the dugout. And Fabo will dig in from the right-handed batter's box. With Feeney off of first base, Hofacker peers over. He's got wheels. Here comes the first pitch. Off on the first pitch is Feeney. Throw down to second base is not in time. Skips in a shallow center. Feeney gets up after the head-first slide, and now head-first slides into third base. It was a fastball in the dirt. Figliolino picked it up, threw it down. Couldn't be corralled by the second baseman, Mason. And by the time the center fielder, Pagan, could even pick it up, Feeney was already at the third base bag with a head-first slide. Now 4 stolen bases on the year for Feeney as Fabo chops the 1-0 to the left side of the infield. Shortstop Jared picks it up, throws across the diamond, and in time took a peek over at third base momentarily to keep Feeney right there. So Fabo goes 6-3, and that'll bring up Matt Curtis, still a runner 90 feet away for the Bombers here in the bottom of the first. Curtis, the sophomore DH, hitting .341 in the season with a .991 OPS. With the infield in, here comes the first pitch. Breaking ball called a strike at the bottom of the zone. Out of the hand of Hofacker, the senior, who's gotten some big innings over the course of his Clarkson career. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball low and away, blocked by Figliolino to make the count 1-1. 130 career innings and 20 career starts over 4 seasons now at Clarkson for Hofacker. Here comes the 1-1. Breaking ball inside, ducking out of the way is Curtis. Almost off the hands. Now the count goes 2-1. As Hofacker winds and delivers. Fastball lakes right back up the middle. That's a base hit. Feeney taps on home plate, and the Bombers strike first to open up conference play. 1-0 Ithaca on top in the bottom of the first. On the RBI single, laced right back up the middle on a frozen rope off the bat of Matt Curtis. And that'll bring up the power-hitting first baseman Ryan Lopsher. With a runner on first and 1 out. Feeney started the game with the infield single, then Curtis with the RBI single. Here's the first pitch to Lopsher, breaking ball up and away to make the count 1-0. Lopsher hitting .326 on the season with a .908 OPS and 6 RBIs. Here's the 1-0. Fastball up and in. Ducks out of the way, and it's 2-0. Homered in the final game of the spring break trip for Ithaca in South Carolina against Oswego State. As the 2-0. Fastball low and away. It's 3-0. Lopsher, the junior from Simsbury, Connecticut. A big presence in the right-handed batter's box. Hofacker peers over to Curtis at first. Now comes home. 3-0 is a fastball outside for ball 4. And that's a 4-pitch walk to Lopsher to put runners on first and second with 1 out. And Ethan Rothstein, who has been so dangerous to start off this season, digs in. Rothstein leading the Bombers in virtually every offensive category. He's hitting .476 on the year. Here's the first pitch he sees. Breaking ball just outside. Makes it 1-0. An OPS over 1,000 for Rothstein, who's earned himself the starting shortstop job. After early last year, he earned himself the starting third base job. As the 1-0 pitch is sky high on the infield, right side between first and second as the second baseman Mason under it, just with his heels on the outfield grass, takes a step in and makes the catch for out number 2. So that brings up Ethan Didallo, the catcher, with 2 outs and runners on first and second. The left-handed hitting Didallo digs in. The sophomore. Here comes the first pitch. It's a fastball up and away. Didallo got a good amount of opportunities last year with Gil Murad, the senior catcher for Ithaca last year. There's the 1-0. Fastball outside. And obviously Murad got a good amount of the starts. He's been such a consistent player over his career with Ithaca. Now transferring to RIT. Didallo got a few starts, but this year there's been a lot of competition at the catcher position for Ithaca. As the 2-0. Big swing and a miss on the fastball on the low outside corner. Goes 2-1. 2 transfers, Tyler Puglisi and Logan Scully, both coming from Division I programs, competing with Didallo, the sophomore, the youngest player of the 3 by far. As the 2-1 is skying down the left field line. Foul territory, giving chase is Millick towards the wall, and that will bounce off the batting cage facility down the left field line at the beautiful Booth Field, only in its second year. With 2-2 and 2 out, Didallo. Here comes the pitch. Fastball low and away. He's virtually, I guess you could say, won that starting catching competition because he's in the left-handed batter's box and doing the catching to start off conference play, and he's got a .348 average on the season. As the 3-2 out of the hand of Hofacker. Runners get an early start. It's a breaking ball low and in. Almost off the front foot for ball 4. So a 2-out walk will load the bases for Colin Shishati. Bases juiced. Didabo off first, Lobsher off second, and Curtis off at third for Shishati, who's hitting .298 on the season with 9 RBIs already. Here's the first pitch. Fastball low and away. Shishati coming off a year last season which saw him lead the Liberty League in average and on-base percentage. There's the 1-0. Fastball upstairs. Shishati hit .489, the single-season record for a qualified batter in Bombers history, with a .535 on-base percentage. Shows bunt, pulls back, and it's a called strike down the middle to make it 2-1. So 6 straight balls. Shishati looking for some deception, pulls back, and right down Broadway for a called strike. Here comes the 2-1. Swing and a miss on the fastball. Evens it up at 2. Here it comes. Check swing off the bat. And fouled back behind home plate to stay 2-2. And Shishati, a tough guy to strike out. Gets on base a lot. We mentioned an on-base percentage over .500 last season. With the bases juiced. 2 outs. 2-2 pitch. Here it comes. And it's a fastball into shallow right center field towards the foul line. 3 Clarkson Golden Knights converging. It'll be the first baseman, Wilson, who can't make the play. Bounces off his glove in fair territory. Curtis around third. He scores. Lobsher scores standing up. And a tough play in the triangle of death behind first base. It was Wilson, the first baseman, Mason, the second baseman, Kiefner, the right fielder, all colliding just to the left of the foul line. And 2 runs come in. It'll be 3-0 Bombers here in the bottom of the first with 2 outs. Shishati made it to second base. Didabo moved up to third as the first pitch is a breaking ball low and away to Riley Brody. And that'll go as a double for Shishati as the 1-0 to Brody is lined right to the shortstop. Jarrett, who catches it waist high for a strike to retire the side, but not before. 3 hits in the inning, 3 runs across, 2 runners left on base. It's 3-0, Bombers lead as we head to the top of the second on Bomber Sports. Back in the top of the second inning, a 3-0 lead for Ithaca, highlighted by the 2 RBI double by Colin Shishati on a blue pit down the right field line in the bottom of the first. As Colin Lehner back out on to work, Robert Fratangelo into the right-handed batter's box as the righty Lehner kicks and fires. First pitch, a called strike on the fastball at the top of the zone to make it 0-1 on Fratangelo, who's hitting .289 on the season through 7 games played for the Golden Knights. As the 0-1 is waved at and missed. Makes it 0-2. 4 RBIs on the season is the breaking ball. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. Strikeout number 3 on the day for Lehner as Fred Angelo goes down with the backwards K. 3 of the first 4 batters to come to bat for the Golden Knights retired via the chair, and there's 1 out here in the top of the second. Brings up Jake Millick, the left field grad transfer for Clarkson. First pitch he sees is a fastball right down the pipe for a called strike. Here comes the 0-1. Foul down the right field line and out of play on the fastball again. It's 0-2. 5 straight strikes to start off this inning for Lehner. Here comes the 0-2. Breaking ball. Called strike 3 on the inside corner. 6 pitches, 6 strikes, 2 strikeouts for Colin Lehner here on the top of the second. He's got 4 strikeouts through 5 batters faced. Joe Pagano digs in from the right-handed batter's box. Here's the first pitch. Fastball upstairs, so no immaculate inning. But Lehner dominant to start with 4 punch-outs. Here comes the 1-0. Breaking ball sky high on the infield, right side. It's the second baseman, Brody, who ranges in a couple steps under it for out number 3. Side retired. 2 punch-outs in the inning for Lehner. 6 up, 6 down by Lehner as we head to the bottom of the second on Bomber Sports. 3-0 Ithaca leads. Connor Peterson leads it off the 9-man for Ithaca here in the bottom of the second inning. 3-0 Ithaca leads on Bomber Sports as Nicholas Ofacker's first pitch is a called strike on the inner third to the right-handed hitting Peterson. 3 runs for Ithaca in the first, highlighted by the 2-run double off the bat of Colin Shishati. Here comes the 0-1 to Peterson. It's a fastball roped into deep right center field. Giving chase is the center fielder Pagan, and he will make the play, tracking it down about 20 feet in front of the warning track. As that brings us to the top of the order, and Colin Feeney, who reached on an infield single and came around to score on the RBI single by Matt Curtis back in the first. With 1 out, Hofacker winds and fires. First pitch is a fastball low and in. Here at Booth Field, home of the Cornell Big Red. And due to the weather this weekend, Freeman Field still unplayable as the 1-0. Breaking ball called a strike on the outside corner. It's the slider from Hofacker. A lot of snow this past weekend, and Bombers looking for some turf, and they found some as the 1-1 is a fastball low and away. Makes it 2-1. 390 to dead center, 318 down the lines here at Booth Field. As Hofacker's 2-1 is skied out to deep center field. Pagan ranging back to his right, and he tracks it down in left center field just in front of the warning track for out number 2. Brings Louis Fabo to the plate for Ithaca. Grounded out sharply to shortstop his last time. As the first pitch to the senior is a breaking ball low and away. Fabo himself coming off of a great trip down to Lexington as the 1-0 is drilled foul down the left field line over the batting cages beyond the Bombers' dugout and out of play. Makes it 1-1. And here it is. Fastball low and away. Fabo went 12 for 27 over the spring break trip, hitting .370 over the Bombers' time in Lexington. As the 2-1. Breaking ball inside, and it's off the elbow guard for a hit by pitch. So a two-out base runner on the free 90. Curveball got away from Hofacker and just bounced off the Evo Shield elbow guard on the left arm of Fabo, and that puts him on first base for Matt Curtis. Fabo with 2 stolen bases in 2 attempts in this season, so a pickoff attempt from Hofacker. No tag even applied by Wilson. Fabo back with a dive. A healthy leadoff first base for the Bombers' 2-hitter as the 3-man Curtis in from the right-handed side. First pitch, fastball upstairs. Curtis had the RBI single back up the middle in the first inning, which got the Bombers on the board and scored Colin Feeney from third. Here's the 1-0. Fastball called a strike on the outside corner. Makes it 1-1. Curtis with a .991 OPS on the young season with a team-leading 14 RBIs. 1-1. Breaking ball called a strike on the low outside corner. Again, it's 1-2. With a hit in 10 of 11 games this season. As Hofacker peers over at first. Another pickoff attempt, but back with a dive is Fabo. No tag applied by Wilson. As Hofacker checks over at first. Gives the nod to Figliolino. Peers over again. Now comes home. And this one is laced out to deep center field. Pagan ranges back towards the warning track. Now takes a couple of steps in and ranges under it for out number 3. 1 runner left on base. No hits in the inning, nothing across for Ithaca. Bombers lead 3-0 as we head to the top of the third on Bomber Sports. Back in the top of the third, a 3-0 lead for the Bombers, and Colin Lehner back out onto work where he has been excellent. 6 up, 6 down with 4 punch-outs. 7, 8, 9 due up for Clarkson, starting off with Cam Jarrett in from the right-handed batter's box for the Golden Knights, as the first pitch out of the hand of Lehner is waved down and missed on the off-speed on the outer third. Makes it 0-1. Jarrett in the box for the first time today, hitting .278 on the season, as the 0-1 is fouled back off the netting behind his own plate to go 0-2. Remember, last season, Lehner had 6 straight strikes and 2 straight strikeouts to start off the inning as the 0-2. It's a quick pitch, an off-speed nubbed on the right side of the infield as the second baseman, Brody, who picks it up, throws on to first for out number 1. Make it 7 straight retired for Lehner to start off this ball game. Looks like we were going to have an immaculate inning. An inning and go the way was going for Lehner through those first 2 batters as Aiden Kiefner will dig in from the right side against the right-hander. Kiefner starting 6 of the 10 games for the Golden Knights as the first pitch he sees is a fastball called strike on the low outside corner. Hitting 200 over those 6 games for the Golden Knights as the 0-1. Fastball again called a strike on the outer third. It's 0-2. 4 punch-outs already for Lehner. 2 looking, 2 swinging. 0-2. Fastball fouled off. Went with the fastball on the outside part of the zone. As back on the bump, quickly kicks, fires 0-2. Breaking ball in the dirt. Makes it 1-2 on Kiefner. Lehner taking over the ace duties for the Bombers after they lost their 1-2 from last year. Here comes the 1-2. Wave and a miss on the slider. Gets Kiefner to go fishing. That slider almost in the left-handed batter's box is where the catcher, Dabo, received it. Punch out number 5 on the day for Lehner, and that brings up the 9-man C.J. Cartier. Here comes the first pitch, and it's a fastball fouled back off the netting to go 0-1. Cartier hitting .265 on the season, 2 homers, 8 RBIs. Had 2 homers down in Florida on the Golden Knights spring break trip as the 0-1 is a breaking ball just low and away. Actually came in back-to-back games. The UMass Dartmouth game 2 of the doubleheader, and then game 1 of the doubleheader against Wisconsin Eau Claire as the 1-1. Wave and a miss at the off-speed. Cartier caught off balance, and it's 1-2. Lehner with the tan glove covering his face, gives the nod to Dabo and steps off the mound. Calling for a timeout. It'll reset. Takes a deep breath. Now comes home with the 1-2. Breaking ball laced into center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Wanted to challenge the 9-hitter with the curveball right over the heart of the zone, but Cartier sits back on it and ropes it into center. That is the first hit of the day by the Golden Knights, and that brings us to the top of the order in James Mason. Struck out swinging his first trip to the plate. Cartier dancing with a healthy leadoff first. First time today that Lehner's had to pitch from the stretch as he sets and delivers first pitch. Fastball low. Makes it 1-0. Cartier with 1 stolen base in 1 attempt on the young season for the Golden Knights. As the 1-0. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Evens it at 1. Mason with the homer, 6 RBIs on the season. The starting second baseman for the Golden Knights. One of 7 returners to the starting lineup. As the 1-1, breaking ball low and away. Dabo gloves it. Almost lost it for a second, but remaining at first base, Cartier. Callahan and Murad, the only losses from the starting lineup for Ithaca, and on the Clarkson side as well. 2-1, foul down the right field line, out of play. Only 2 losses to their starting lineup. So these are 2 very similar teams that have seen each other. It was 2 big losses for the Golden Knights in Caleb Doyle, who was a .302 career hitter in 5 seasons for the Golden Knights, and Kobe Bruette, who was first team all-conference last year. There's the 2-1. Fastball foul down the right field line again over top of the Golden Knights dugout. Stays 2-2. Bruette actually transferred to Central Connecticut State in the NEC at the Division I level, where he's off to a hot start to the season. 2-2, dribbled down the right field line and foul. Again, that one off the facing of the Golden Knights dugout. Stays 2-2. Good at bat being put together by the leadoff man, Mason, doing his job. With Cartier off of first, a pickoff attempt. Lobster didn't even apply a tag. Just a little lollipop over. Cartier back easily. As Lehner now sets. Pierce over at first. Delivers. Breaking ball. Fouled off. And the at-bat extends. Great job by Mason, who's been challenged. Everything's been over the heart of the plate by Lehner. That time a slider that was a little up in the zone. As he sets again with 2 outs and a runner on first. Here comes the 2-2. Fastball just low. Runner off from first. Throw down to second base. Not in time. A strike from the Dabo. The tag was applied by Rothstein, who thought he got Cartier. But that stolen base, number 2 on the season for Cartier, with the head first dive, and it's a full count with a runner in scoring position for Mason. The long set and the nod from Lehner. Here comes the payoff pitch. It's a fastball dribbled foul behind home plate off the padding beyond the Cornell C that sits right behind the batter's circle. And the count stays full. What an at-bat from Mason this has been. Here comes Lehner's 3-2. Fastball sky high, right side of the infield, now in the outfield. Drifting back is the second baseman, Brody, and he will make the play, calling off the right fielder, Shishadi, and he tracks it down. Getting out of trouble is Lehner after the 2-out single by Cartier. He's stranded on second base. Still 3-0 Bombers lead as we head to the bottom of the third on Bomber Sports. Three 0 Bombers lead back in the bottom of the third in the Liberty League opener between the Golden Knights and the Bombers. As it'll be 4-5-6 due up for Ithaca, starting off with the power hitting right-handed slugger Ryan Lobsher. Here comes the first pitch. It's a fastball low that bounces all the way to the backstop. And the count goes 1-0 on Lobsher, who walked on 4 pitches and came around to score on the 2-run double off the bat of Colin Shishadi in the first, where 8 Bombers came to the plate. Here's the 1-0. Slider swing and a miss from Lobsher. And the count goes 1-1. Here it is. Another slider, that time low. Swung on and missed by Lobsher to make it 1-2. Lobsher with 6 RBIs in the season, including the homer in the finale down in Lexington against Oswego State. As the 1-2, foul ground, right side of the infield towards the dugout, making a very nice play with his left hand on the railing of the Golden Knights dugout as the first baseman, Kent Wilson, had his left hand on the railing as he was waiting for it to come down. Just in front of the railing, sticks up the right hand with the glove to make the play for out number 1. And that brings up Ethan Rothstein. Here's the first pitch, and it's a breaking ball that got him, it looks like, off the elbow. A little bit of hesitation before he takes the walk down to first base. Not sure if he thought that didn't hit him or if he just wanted to stay in the batter's box. But home plate umpire gesturing to first base, saying make your way down, and he does. That's the second hit batsman by Hofacker today. And a runner on first for Ethan DeDabo. Pickoff attempt over at first. Rothstein back with a dive. He's 3 for 3 on stolen base attempts this season in 12 games for Ithaca. Here comes the first pitch to DeDabo. It's a fastball in the dirt. Nice block from Figliolino to keep number 19 from going anywhere over at first. Lake throwing down the right field line of the Clarkson bullpen as the Bombers up 3-0 here in the bottom of the third. Here's the 1-0. Fastball low. And we mentioned it earlier too, but these teams haven't played in a while due to the cancellations. Ithaca's last game was 10 days ago, March 16th, down in Lexington against Oswego State. As the 2-0, breaking ball links right back up the middle. It's backhanded behind the second base bag by Mason. Onto second. Jarrett taps on the bag for one. Onto first and in time. 4-6-3. Beautifully turned double play. Started off by Mason to erase Rothstein and retire the side in the bottom of the third. It's 3-0 Bombers lead as we head to the fourth on Bomber Sports. Back in the top of the fourth inning, 3-0 Ithaca leads as Colin Lehner back on to work for the Bombers. He's faced one over the minimum, and he will face 2, 3, 4 in the Golden Knights order, starting with Kent Wilson in from the left side. First pitch, an off-speed low and away to make it 1-0. Only one base runner for the Golden Knights came in the form of a C.J. Cartier single in the third. Already 5 punch-outs for Lehner as the 1-0 breaking ball, nub foul, just behind his own plate, getting a piece of the lower body of Bombers catcher Ethan DeDabo. Will take a little walk behind his own plate to shake it off. Appears to be all good as a 1-1 count on Wilson, who grounded out to shortstop his last time to the plate. Wilson, the grad student for the Golden Knights. As Lehner kicks and fires the 1-1. It's a fastball low and away. We mentioned it in the bottom of the third a little bit, but we'll see how stretched out these pitchers go depending on the result, as the 2-1 is chopped right out of the infield, and that will kick foul just to the right of the bag as Lobster picks it up. And the reason we're going to be watching that pretty closely, the pitch count that is because you had a long layoff between your last game for both sides due to the cancellation this weekend. As we mentioned, these games were supposed to be Friday, Saturday. So you have a long layoff, and then it's a short week as conference play will continue for both sides. As the 2-2 foul down the left field line and out of play. Ithaca will head up to the North Country this weekend to face St. Lawrence on Friday and Saturday. And Clarkson will stay in this area of central/western New York as they'll visit RIT Friday, Saturday. Here comes the 2-2. Breaking ball just outside, 3-2. So you got a short week ahead, and obviously you want your 1-2-3, your typical weekend rotation. And right now it looks like both teams are going to pitch their 1-2 today as the 3-2. Breaking ball upstairs, that's ball 4. And only the second base runner of the day allowed by Lehner. So a short week ahead, only technically 3 days of rest between Tuesday and Friday. So we'll see how the rotation shakes out. And obviously you only have one game on Friday, so you could pitch your 3 on that Friday as a fastball upstairs. It'll be pretty much the first 3-game series for both sides because you're out of conference schedule to start the season. It's a lot of doubleheaders, a lot of spring break trips where you're playing 7 games in 7 days. As the breaking ball grounded right side of the infield. Brody picks it up onto second base. An errant throw will go into left field. Peterson picks it up. Foot race to the third base bag, Lehner's going to be there as he tags out Wilson. Trying to take advantage of the error and make it to third base. Instead, he's thrown out. Very nice play by Peterson to read that ball in shallow left. Go pick it up. Lehner was covering, doing exactly what he was supposed to do. And thrown out at third base for out number 1. Reaching on the fielder's choice is Figliolino. That'll bring up Fratangelo. Here's the first pitch. Fastball called a strike on the top of the zone. Struck out looking his first time to the plate. Here comes the 0-1. Breaking ball called a strike on the inside corner. The depth of teams is tested so much early on in the season in that out-of-conference schedule, even for Clarkson, who, believe it or not, has had 8 different games postponed so far this season. That's Northeast baseball for you. A long pause from Lehner. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball just upstairs. Makes it 1-2. Was looking for the called strike there. With Figliolino off of first base. Fratangelo in the right-handed batter's box. Here's the 1-2. Fastball on the outer third, fouled back over the netting behind home plate, out of play. 1-2. It remains Fratangelo. 7 games played, 4 games started on the season for the Golden Knights. Hitting just shy of 400. Lollipop of a pickoff attempt, but back at first, Figliolino as the breaking ball outside evens it up at 2. Figliolino 0 for 1 on stolen base attempts this season for the Golden Knights. As Lehner peers over at first, sets, and winds and fires. 2-2 is a sky-high fly ball just behind the plate. Dabo throws off the mask, tracks it down, just in front of the right-handed batter's box. A very nice play, turning his body back towards the pitcher's mound. Just as you're supposed to for that ball behind home plate. And out number 2. That'll bring up Jake Millick, the 5th-year grad student for Clarkson, who enjoyed a breakout season last year for the Golden Knights. With a runner on first and 2 outs. There's a fastball called a strike on the outside corner. Looked like the slider, rather. Sharp movement out of the hand of Lehner. He's actually gone 5 batters without recording a strikeout for the first time today. Another pickoff attempt over at first. Back easily standing Figliolino. Millick, talking about a breakout year last year as the 0-1, is sky high on the infield again. It's Dabo just on top of home plate. Turns around, tracks it down for out number 3. Couple nice plays by Dabo on the catcher fly balls to retire this side. 1 runner left on base after the leadoff walk. It's still 3-0 Ithaca as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning on Bomber Sports. Bottom of the fourth inning, 3-0 Bombers lead here on Bomber Sports. Colin Shishani leads it off for Ithaca. As 7-8-9 due up for the Bombers against Hofacker. Back out on to work, and the righty kicks and fires. The first pitch is fouled off by the right-handed hitting Shishani. Towards the backstop, it's 0-1. Shishani with the 2-run double back in the first inning, which gave Ithaca their current 3-0 lead as the slider low and away makes it 1-1. And Shishani, a tough guy to strike out, always puts together a great at-bat. We talked about it his last time to the plate. An on-base percentage over 500 last season as the 1-1 fastball called a strike on the outside corner to make it 1-2. And look at last at-bat as well. Put together a great plate appearance, and it ended with a bloop single into shallow right. I should say a bloop double as he was able to make it all the way to second base, scoring 2 runs. Fastball outside makes it 2-2. As Hofacker quickly back on the rubber, sets and fires the 2-2, and that one's low to make the count full. Shishani entering today, hitting .298 with a .340 on-base percentage on the season as the payoff. Grounded up the middle, backhanded by the shortstop Jared, just to the left of the second base bag. Should say gloved with the left hand on a very nice play, ranging to his left. And throws on to first for out number 1. As the first pitch to Brody is a called strike on the outside corner. Brody hitting .250 with an .846 OPS for IC. As the 0-1 is skied on the left side of the infield, just to the left of the third base bag, drifting right on the foul line. Cartier makes the play off the end of the bat for out number 2. So the ground out and the fly ball on the infield. And quickly 2 outs. And they'll bring us to the 9-man in Connor Peterson, who flew out to deep center his first time to the plate. Here comes the first pitch to Peterson. It's a fastball called a strike on the low outside corner. Peterson working his way back into the lineup after some early season struggles. Some struggles last year as well. As the 0-1, breaking ball low and away. And you remember his freshman year, he was the Liberty League Rookie of the Year, all region. Broke the single season hits record with 78. As the 1-1 is grounded sharply left side of the infield. Gloved by Cartier, picks it up, throws across the diamond, and in time for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down, 3 straight 3 up, 3 down innings for Hofacker after a tough first inning. And we will head to the top of the 5th. Still 3-0 Ithaca leads on Bomber Sports. Back in the top of the 5th inning, Eli Fishman alongside with you on Bomber Sports for the Bombers Liberty League opener against the Golden Knights. And Ithaca up 3-0 as Joe Pagano, the 6-hitter, digs in from the right side against Colin Lehner back out onto work. He's been excellent. And the first pitch is a fastball on the outside corner for a called strike to start it off in the top of the 5th. Lehner's only allowed 2 base runners on a walk and a single As the 0-1, a fastball low to Pagano. Also, 5 strikeouts for Lehner coming over the first 8 batters of the game. As the 0-1 chopped down the third base side, down the foul line, backhanded by Peterson. Long throw across the diamond from third to first, just in time for out number 1. On a nice play by Peterson, who was the starting shortstop to start off last season and as a freshman for Ithaca. But he's made the move over to third base this season as Rothstein, the senior, moves over to short. He was initially the starting third baseman. As the first pitch, a breaking ball. Big swing and a miss from Cam Jarrett. Makes it 0-1. Jarrett 0 for 1 with a ground out to second base in this game. As the 0-1, a breaking ball low. Evens it up at 1. Jarrett hitting .278 on the season for the 7-3 Golden Knights, as the 1-1 is a breaking ball just inside. And Clarkson has had a pretty strong start to the season, particularly in their non-conference midweeks to start off the year, as the 2-1 is fouled down the right field line and off the fencing beyond the first base dugout. Lobster was tracing it down but could not get there, and it goes 2-2. Clarkson walked it off against St. John Fisher in their first game of the season on February 21st. They also split a doubleheader with Hamilton, where both games went into extra innings. As the 2-2 is nubbed foul behind home plate to keep it right there. And Hamilton, we mentioned it earlier, is a team that annually competes with the region's best. Beat Ithaca in a midweek last year. As the 2-2 is a slider blooped into shallow right center field. That'll get over the head of the second baseman, Brody, and drop down for a base hit. Jarrett with the one-out single. That's the second hit of the day for the Golden Knights. And Aiden Kiefner will step up to the plate. Jarrett with good speed as well. With a healthy leadoff first, here comes the first pitch. It's a fastball just away for a ball to Kiefner, who struck out back in the third in his sole at-bat of the day. Lehner peers over at first, winds and delivers 1-0, is laced out to deep left field. Ranging back is the left fielder, Favo. He's not going to get there, goes over his head all the way to the wall. In at third base is Jarrett, and at second base standing, Aiden Kiefner. With the double to put runners in scoring position, 2 of them with only 1 out. And the 9-man C.J. Cartier digging in. Back-to-back hits for the Golden Knights, who've now got as many hits as the Bombers with 3. As Cartier digs in. Here comes the first pitch. It's a breaking ball lofted out to deep left field. Fabo ranging back towards the warning track. He's called off by the center fielder, Feeney, who makes a nice play running into the wall. Tagging easily from third is Jarrett. Scurrying up to third base is Kiefner. And a sac fly off the bat of Cartier. Got a whole lot of that one out to the Booth Field marking in deep left center, right by the 397 side. The deepest part of the ballpark. 3-1 the score. Clarkson gets one back. And that brings us to the top of the order in James Mason. Here's the first pitch. Breaking ball in there for a called strike. Mason put together a great at-bat last time. There's the 0-1 breaking ball called a strike on the outside corner again. Looking to strand that runner 90 feet away in the form of Kiefner. Here's the 0-2. Fastball roped down the right field line and just foul. A few feet to the right of the chalk. Bouncing off the turf. Fastball on the outer third, and Mason just off the end of the bat and just foul. Looking at extra bases and then obviously a one-run game. As Lehner's 0-2 yet again. Breaking ball, just low and away. Pulled the string. Home plate umpire didn't pull the trigger. And it's 1-2. With Kiefner off of third base. Here it is. Swing and a miss on the slider. Strikeout number 6 on the day for Colin Lehner. One run comes across on the sac fly from Cartier, but Kiefner stranded at third base. It's 3-1 as Clarkson gets one back. We head to the bottom of the 5th on Bomber Sports. Back in the bottom of the 5th inning on Bomber Sports, Ithaca up 3-1 against the Golden Knights after Clarkson got one back in the top of the frame on the sac fly from C.J. Cartier, as it's the top of the Bombers order, starting with Colin Feeney up against the right-hander Hofacker, who's back out onto work. First pitch, a fastball low. And the count goes 1-0 on Feeney, who singled in his first at-bat, hit a deep fly ball to second to center, in his second at-bat. There's the 1-0 called strike. Right down the pipe out of the hand of Hofacker, who had that tough first inning where he faced 8 bombers and allowed 3 hits, walked 2. But since then, he's been lights out. Hasn't allowed a hit. There's the 1-1 laced right back up the middle. Broadcaster's jinx. There it is. Feeney with a wide turnaround first, almost stretching a stretch double on Pagan in center field, but he gets it in. And that's the second hit of the day for Feeney. Also got himself a stolen base in the first, remember that, and then made it all the way to third base on a throwing error. So he's got the wheels. As Fabo digs in from the right side, pickoff attempt over at first, back with a head first slide is Feeney, who's got 4 stolen bases on the season. And he stays hot at the plate after a great end to the spring break trip. Another pickoff attempt, and back with a dive again on the second attempt before a pitch even being thrown to Fabo. Tells you the attention that Hofacker's paying to the speedster Feeney with a big lead off of first. But here's the first pitch to Fabo. It's a curveball dropped in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. Fabo grounded out to shortstop and was hit by a pitch so far today. Another pickoff attempt, third of the at-bat. And Feeney slides in head first and safely. In professional baseball, that's Feeney reaching second base now, because the new rules, 3 pickoff attempts implemented, now 4. But at this time, he's picked off. 4th time's the charm for Hofacker, as Feeney's tagged out by Wilson. Caught in between steps, taking his lead. Took a big leap back towards the bag, and Feeney's picked off. So just like that, the first hit since the first inning for Ithaca is erased. 1 out for Fabo as the 0-1, breaking ball low and away. Obviously huge as you look at Feeney's speed and the top of the order at the plate as the Bombers look for some insurance up by 2. Here's the 1-1 to Fabo. It's a called strike on the outside corner. Fabo looking to repeat his tremendous season last year where he was all-conference first team and all-region second. As the 1-2 is skied out to deep right center field. Ranging back is the center fielder Pagan. He makes the play in right center, tracking it down for out number 2. And Bombers looking to get those bats at the middle of the order blazing hot as conference play gets going. You get Clarkson and St. Lawrence as your first 2 series to start off the year. And then really kicking into high gear with RIT, Vassar. You got some strong midweeks mixed in there as the first pitch, a ball to Matt Curtis. Hamilton, Oswego State, St. John Fisher, a few midweeks over the next couple of weeks for Ithaca as the 1-0 breaking ball low. Goes 2-0 on Curtis, who's 1 for 2 with an RBI single back in the first, which represented the first runs on the board today for IC. And there's a 2-0 from Hofacker, fouled off to the netting behind home plate, got a piece of it. Curtis leading the team with 14 RBIs on the season for Ithaca. Had a 2-run homer versus Arcadia down in Lexington. As the 2-1 sharply hit to the second baseman Mason, and he's not going to be able to make the play. Bounces off his glove. That ball was smoked right to him. Skipping off the turf, skipping off his glove into the air, and by the time he picked it up off the ground, Curtis was already on first base. And that will go as a single, second of the inning, but with 2 outs, runner on first for Ryan Lobsher. Here's the first pitch. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Up towards the hands. And a hanger that Lobsher takes a big whiff at. It's 0-1. Here it is. And another breaking ball. This time the slider low and away to even it at 1. Lobsher a walk and a fly out and foul ground down the right field line. As the 1-1 pitch, breaking ball sky high into shallow right field. Kiefner ranges a few steps in and tracks it down for out number 3, and the side is retired. 1 runner left on base, 2 hits in the inning for Ithaca. We head to the 6th, 3-1, Bombers lead. Back in the top of the 6th inning, 3-1 the score. Ithaca over Clarkson in the Liberty League opener. Kent Wilson, the 2-man, leads it off here in the 6th for Clarkson. The first pitch is laced right back up the middle. Almost took the head of Laner off as he ducks out of the way. And a frozen rope single right back into center field for Kent Wilson. So a leadoff hit in the 6th. And the 4th of the day for the Golden Knights, who've only been able to push 1 across, which came in the form of a sac fly by C.J. Cartier last inning. As Joe Figliolino digs in from the right side. Here's the first pitch. Nub foul towards the on-deck circle for the Golden Knights. Clarkson in the green tops, gray pants, white numbering and lettering with a yellow outline and yellow piping on the shoulders as the 0-1, breaking ball low and away. Wilson with 1 stolen base this season, starting all 10 games for Clarkson off of first. As Figliolino, the 1-1, fouled off behind home plate to the padding. At the bottom of the backstop, it's 1-2. Gray skies, but a warm, beautiful day on the East Hill. As Lehner, the long pause, set, 1-2, fastball upstairs, evens it up. After 4 straight days of postponed games, now in the mid-50s, going to reach a high of 60 here in Ithaca today. Another pickoff attempt back over at first with a dive is Wilson. No tag applied by Lobsher. So a whole lot of cancellation, but it pays off. Ithaca obviously also gets to play as another pickoff attempt here at Booth Field on the Cornell University Division I diamond. As the 2-2. Here's a fastball right out of the infield, shallow right field now, ranging out as the second baseman Brody, and he'll track it down for out number 1. As Figliolino is retired. That'll bring up Robert Ferdangelo from the right side. He's 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout. As the first pitch is hammered foul out of the reach of Connor Peterson towards the Bomber bullpen, over top of the Bomber bullpen where we've got some action. It's Sean Kelly, the lefty, up and warming for Ithaca. Lollipop of a pickoff attempt back over to first. And in standing is Wilson as Ferdangelo takes a called strike on the outside corner with the slider to make it 0-2. Dominance from Lehner so far. Looking to keep that steam rolling as long as he can. Lehner at almost 85 pitches. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball fouled off. Got a piece of it, goes over the backstop and out of play. As Lehner peeks over to first, where Wilson creeps off the bag. Now comes home with the 0-2. Breaking ball just low and away. 1-2. As we mentioned, almost at the 85 pitch mark for Lehner here in the top of the 6th, and we'll see how long he gets stretched out as another pickoff attempt. Because of the short week ahead, Bombers in all likelihood will throw him Saturday, you'd guess, against St. Lawrence. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss on the fastball. Strike 3. 7 punch-outs on the day for Colin Lehner. Ferdangelo is the next strikeout victim, and there's 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. What a day it's been for Lehner on the mound. Now 5 2/3, 1 run, 4 hits, 7 punch-outs. As the first pitch is laced right back up the middle. That's a base hit off the bat of Jake Millick. Wide turnaround second. Now heading back to second base is Wilson. Nice throw by Feeney in center field, cutting that ball off in right center as it was hooking away from him and then getting that ball in. And runners on first and second with 2 outs for Joe Pagano, the 6th man in the Clarkson order. As Lehner peers over to second, gives a look at first. Now comes home, first pitch, breaking ball low and away. Goes 1-0. Pagano 0 for 2. with an infield fly out and ground out. As Laner comes home with the 1-0. Big swing and a miss on the slider at the bottom of the zone. It's 1-1. 5 hits on the board for both sides. Ithaca with a 3-1 lead. As Laner with a pickoff attempt over at second. Lollipop of a throw. And Riley Bronny, the second baseman, just tosses it right back. As Wilson upstanding. Wilson off of second. Millick off of first. And the 1-1. Off speed, low and away. Makes the count 2-1. Laner now at 88 pitches. As he sets. And delivers. 2-1. Swing and a miss at the slider. 2-2. We'll see how much more he's got in the tank after this. After the long week prior, short week ahead. Might be the end of the line for Laner. As he sets, fires, 2-2. This one fouled down the right field line over top of the Golden Knights dugout, out of play. Stays right there at 2-2, and a strong at bat being put together by Pagano. The fifth-year grad student for the Golden Knights. One of 4 grad students in the starting lineup. Here comes the 2-2 again. Fastball just upstairs, and it's full. With Cam Jarrett, who smoked a single up the middle for a base hit, his last time to the plate, awaiting in the on-deck circle in front of the first base dugout. Laner with another pickoff attempt. Didn't even throw it that time. Steps off the bag. Steps off the mound, I should say, and peers over to give a stare at Wilson. Nothing more. As he now sets and fires. 3-2. Runners off on the pitch with an early start, but it's outside regardless. A full pitch walk, a great at-bat work by Pagano. And a close slider on the outside corner will send to Dabo out to the mound for a meeting. Just him and Laner talking things over. As Cam Jarrett with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Down by 2 are the Golden Knights. Here's the first pitch. Big wave and a miss at the breaking ball on the inside part of the zone. Oh, 0-1. Here comes the 0-1. Fastball just outside. Evens it up. With the bases loaded and 2 outs. Pagano off of first. Millick off second. Wilson off third. Laner gives it on, now sets. Takes a deep breath. Now delivers home the 1-1, and the breaking ball sky high right side of the infield. Shallow right field, actually. Brawny going out. Shishati coming in. It's the right fielder, Shishati, under it, who tracks it down for out number 3. Bases left loaded. A pair of hits in the inning, but nothing comes across. Laner works himself out of the jam. It's still 3-1. Bombers on top as we head to the bottom of the 6th on Bomber Sports. Nicholas Hofacker's day is done. Dan Horowitz is the new pitcher for the Golden Knights, the freshman from Lynbrook, New York, making his second appearance at the collegiate level. Ethan Rothstein takes the first pitch fastball on the inside part of the zone for a called strike after he initially showed bunt, pulled back. It'll be the second outing for Horowitz as a breaking ball low. Makes it 1-1. Through 4 innings against UMass, Dartmouth allowed 3 runs on 5 hits with 5 strikeouts as this one dribbled to the left side of the infield. Shortstop Jarrett on to first for out number 1. Rothstein retired. Here in a 3-1 game, bottom of the 6th inning between the Bombers and the Golden Knights. And the book on Hofacker is closed, but he was great aside from that first inning. Had some trouble, look at a couple of walks, didn't get necessarily helped in a couple of circumstances with an error as the first pitch to Dabo was skied down the left field line out of play. The deathly hit was the Shishati 2 RBI double, which was just a bloop single that bounced off the gloves of a couple of different Golden Knights down the right field line in shallow right field. Fastball outside makes it 1-1. So I'll give you that disclaimer before I give you the final line of Hofacker as the 1-1 breaking ball called strike on the inside corner. 5 innings, 3 runs, 5 hits, 2 walks, no strikeouts, but he was a ground ball machine. Turned a couple of big-time double plays as Dabo fouls the 1-1 back. It's 1-2, including Dabo hitting into one as well. Here comes the 1-2, breaking ball inside, just in front of the shins, evens it up at 2. So Hofacker with a great outing, a little better than the line will say, as another off-speed just outside makes it 3-2. Horowitz, Clarkson fires, payoff, upstairs, ball 4. Dabo reaches base via the walk for the second time today. And a runner on first for Colin Shishati. Here in the bottom of the 6th, 3-1. Ithaca on top. Shishati in from the right side against Horowitz. First pitch, a foul tip into the glove of Figliolino. 0-1. Breaking ball, big lead for Dabo off of first base as that one's outside. Can appear over was Figliolino. As the 1-1 from Horowitz dropped a bunt down the third base side. Shishati, close play at first, picked up by Cartier, the third baseman, just in time. So Shishati was hoping to get on base with the wheels. Does move the runner over. So Dabo will be on second base with the power hitting Riley Brody in from the right side. The left side, I should say. With 2 outs. Here's the first pitch. Check swing on the ball in the dirt. Off speed. Didn't go around, says the home plate umpire. It's 1-0. Brody, who hit .314 last year with 6 homers for Ithaca, takes a breaking ball called a strike on the inside corner. 1-1. The junior from Rome, New York. Looking to get a hot start to the season brewing. There's the 1-1 and off speed low and away. Brody hitting .250 with a homer and 6 RBIs on the year. There's the 2-1. Is sky high on the infield, just to the right of the pitcher's mound. It's the first baseman, Wilson, who calls everyone off and tracks it down towards the second base bag to retire the side. 1 runner left on base after the 1-out walk. Nothing else working for Ithaca's offense. In the bottom of the 6th, we're headed to the 7th. 3-1, Ithaca leads on Bomber Sports. Colin Lehner threw 98 pitches, but David Valicente says, get back out there. Returns to the mound, 98 pitches, but he's been dominant. 6 innings, 1 run allowed on 5 hits with 7 punch-outs, and he will face 7, 8, 9 in the Clarkson order, starting off with Jarrett, who takes the first pitch, called strike on the inside corner. It's 3-1, Bombers on top. As the 0-1 to Jarrett is a curveball called a strike on the low outside corner. We've seen some double barrel action with a lefty and a righty down the left field line in the Ithaca bullpen over the last couple of innings. As the 0-2 dribbled right back to Lehner, who sticks his glove out. It deflects off his glove towards the second baseman, Brody. Throws on to first just in time. Brody snagged it with the bare hand after it deflected off the glove of Lehner, drifting off the mound to the left side. So a 1-4-3 put out. Jarrett's retired. I should say that was Kefner after Jarrett ended last inning. As the first pitch to Kefner is roped into deep left field. Take a few steps back into his right is Fabo in deep left field for out number 2. And that was Cartier, so that'll bring up James Mason. Who's 0 for 3 on the day with a pair of strikeouts. First pitch fastball upstairs. There's the 1-0 breaking ball. Drilled up the middle, just to the left of the second base bag. Rothstein picks it up, throws on to first for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down. 6 pitches for Colin Lehner in the top of the 7th inning. We're headed to the bottom of the frame. 3-1, Ithaca on top. Back in the bottom of the 7th inning from Booth Field on the East Hill. Ithaca technically a home game, but playing at a neutral site, the home of the Cornell Big Red. And Ithaca on top 3-1 as Connor Peterson, the 9-man, digs in as Horowitz on for his 2nd inning of work. In relief, first pitch, a breaking ball low to Peterson, who's 0 for 2 on the day to make the count 1-0. And here comes the 1-0 pitch. Grounded right side of the infield. Snagged by the first baseman, Wilson. Diving to his left. Throws on to first just in time as the pitcher, Horowitz, was covering. And a very nice play by the first baseman, Wilson. Backhand stab with a dive for out number 1. That brings us to the top of the order in Colin Feeney. And by the way, it looked like as Lehner was coming off the field, handshakes all around from David Valicente as well as to Dabo. Is the first pitch to Feeney's a fastball called a strike on the inside corner. So it appears that the day is done for Lehner after a 6-pitch inning in the 7th. 0-1 is laced down the left field line and foul. That'll make it over the fence and out of play. Off the bat of Feeney to go 0-2. But what a dominant performance on the mound by Lehner. 7 innings, 7 punch-outs, 1 run, 5 hits. And we'll see who it will be in relief. As the 0-2, fastball just low to make it 1-2. Looked like it was Sean Kelly, the lefty, and Burns, the righty, up and warming down the left field line in the Ithaca bullpen. There's the 1-2 to Feeney. Breaking ball. Didn't go around. Almost offered at it. Evens the count up at 2. Feeney with 2 hits on the day already as he takes a fastball inside. And after being down 0-2, he's worked it back full. Your leadoff man for a reason. 2 for 3 with a run scored on the day. Here's the 3-2. It's dribbled foul towards the would-be Golden Knights on deck circle on the first base side where Clarkson's dugout lays. As the payoff again, breaking ball waved at and missed on the outer third. Feeney goes down swinging for out number 2 here in the 7th to bring up Fabo. It's the first strikeout for Horowitz in relief. We mentioned he had 5 strikeouts in his first collegiate outing last week. First pitch to Fabo, laced into left center field. That'll get down for a base hit, maybe more. Cutting it off in left center. Now bobbling it is the left fielder Millick. Wide turnaround first, jetting into second base, standing up is Fabo. And a 2-out double. First hit of the day for Fabo. Brings up Matt Curtis and a good threat with your 2-hitter and speedster on second base. And your 3-hitter who's 2 for 3 on the day with an RBI already, and Curtis digging in. With a wide lead off of second base for Fabo. First pitch breaking ball upstairs out of the hand of Horowitz. Curtis got the Bombers on the board in the first inning with an RBI single. As a breaking ball just inside makes it 2-0. Also with a single back in the 5th. Looking to work that same magic and bring across a big-time insurance run. Here's the 2-0. Breaking ball low and away, 3-0. With Lobsher, who's 0 for 2, waiting on deck. Big lead for Fabo off second. As the 3-0 breaking ball upstairs. Like you almost didn't even want to face him. It's a 4-pitch walk. All off speeds. Nothing in the zone. As head coach Jim Kane in his 24th season will take the trot out to the mound after a 4-pitch walk to Curtis, who reaches base for the 3rd time today. And Kane goes out for the mound meeting with the freshman Horowitz to talk things over as they'll face Lobsher, who's 0 for 2, also walked and scored back in the 1st. As Kane will make his way back to the dugout. Jim Kane in his 24th season at the helm for the Golden Knights. 4-time Conference Coach of the Year. 15 Liberty League tournament berths. As Lobsher digs in with runners on first and second. First pitch is a dribbler to the shortstop, the second baseman, I should say, Mason, who flips it to the shortstop, Jarrett, for out number 3. Side retired as Horowitz gets out of the jam with 2 runners on to get Lobsher to ground into a fielder's choice and end the inning. Still 3-1, Bombers on top. We're heading to the 8th on Bomber Sports. Colin Lehner's day is officially done as Connor Burns takes over on the mound, the sophomore from Plainview, New York. A 3-1 lead for Ithaca here in the top of the 8th inning. And Lehner, man, dominant. 7 innings, threw 104 pitches, 7 strikeouts, 1 run on 5 hits. And Burns will take over on the mound. Right now, Lehner in line for his 3rd win of the season as Burns will face 2-3-4 in the Golden Knights order, starting off with Kent Wilson. And Connor Burns has been one of the big stories for Ithaca, particularly the pitching staff this season. As the righty kicks and fires, first pitch of the left-handed hitting Wilson is dribbled foul towards the Bombers on deck circle to go 0-1. Burns came into college, even came into his sophomore year at Ithaca as a position player. Not even a pitcher. Played the outfield, got some reps in the fall in the outfield, his freshman year as well, as the 0-1 is skied foul down the left field line over the Bomber bullpen. Burns, in his first season at Ithaca, got a couple of at-bats. He's gotten 2 at-bats already this season, but they put him on the mound, just as David Valicente has with a lot of position players these past couple of seasons, as the 0-2 is laced foul down the left field line, skipping beyond the Bomber dugout on the third base side. Saw with Ben Landis as well, but the end-all be-all is Burns has gotten on the mound, and he has been nothing short of dominant. One of the best pitchers out of the bullpen in the Liberty League early on, as the 0-2 fastball away makes it 1-2. Connor Burns is 1-0 with a 1.17 ERA. He's got himself a couple of saves and 5 strikeouts in 7 2/3 as the breaking ball called a strike on the outside corner. Wilson goes down looking. Burns pulls the string, and there it is. Strikeout number 1 and out number 1 for Connor Burns. Here in the top of the 8th and a 2-run lead for Ithaca. So you bring in your top arm out of the bullpen and gets a big-time strikeout of the 2-hitter Wilson to bring up the 3-man Figliolino, as the breaking ball called a strike on the outside corner. First pitch to the Clarkson backstop. Burns appearing in 5 games this season out of the bullpen, as the breaking ball low skips off the end of home plate to make it 1-1. Burns has not allowed more than a hit in his 5 outings this year, as the breaking ball low makes it 2-1. Only run he allowed came in 2 innings against Trinity over spring break, as the 2-1 fouled off, got a piece of the mask of Dabo, goes all the way to the backstop, evens it at 2. Burns with only 5 hits allowed throughout the course of the season and 5 strikeouts. Make it 6 now after he got Wilson. Here's the 2-2. Fastball low and away. Makes the count full. He's also only walked 1. So the command has been excellent as well from Bethpage High School in Long Island. There's the 3-2. Grounded left side of the infield. Shuffling to his left and making the play is the third baseman Connor Peterson across the diamond and in time for out number 2. Fratangelo digs in from the right side now with 2 dead. First pitch he sees, breaking ball called a strike on the outside corner out of the hand of Burns. A business administration major at Ithaca. As a breaking ball called a strike on the outside corner, it's 0-2. Long pause, 0-2 again. Nubbed right side of the infield, right to the first baseman Lobsher, who picks it up, tosses it to Burns to retire the side. 3 up, 3 down. Connor Burns stays dominant in relief as we head to the bottom of the 8th. 3-1, Bombers on top. Dan Horowitz back out onto work as Ethan Rothstein, the 7-hitter for Ithaca, leads it off. Takes a ball low and away. Rather, the 5-hitter for Ithaca, as it's 3-1 here in the bottom of the 8th. And the 0-1 to Rothstein is chopped to the third baseman, Cartier. Picks it up, throws across the diamond, and in time for out number 1. Brings up Ethan Dabo. Starting catcher for Ithaca today, who's walked twice. So grounded into a double play in his sole technical at-bat in the scorebook. In from the left-handed batter's box. As the first pitch, checked his swing, went around, and got tied up on the changeup low and away. Makes it 0-1. As Dabo takes another changeup, that time leaves it low and away. The Montclair, New Jersey native in from the left side. Here's the 1-1. Changeup low, 2-1. Started 3 games in Florida. As the 2-1 waved at and got a piece of it, fouled it off the glove of the catcher, Figliolino. Dabo actually had a huge game against Arcadia. We mentioned that Ithaca swept in 2 games. Arcadia, who was the number 23 team in the nation, is a 2-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And that's the second strikeout in relief for Horowitz. And just like that, 2 outs for Colin Shishati. As the first pitch, breaking ball low and away. And Arcadia's been a little bit of a rival with Ithaca over the past few years in terms of the out-of-conference schedule. As this one chopped back off the glove of the catcher Horowitz. The pitcher Horowitz deflected right to the shortstop. And Jared, who picks it up, throws across in time. And a quick inning that takes 9 pitches for Horowitz. Gets out of it as we head to the 9th. 3-1, Bombers on top. Burns will head back onto the rubber, looking to lock it down. All he needs is 3 outs. All Connor Burns needs is 3 outs to lock down the Bombers' opening conference game win. It's 3-1. Bombers lead against Clarkson in the top of the 9th inning. Burns will face Millick, the 5-man, to start it off. First pitch is fouled over top of the Clarkson dugout on the first base side. Out of play to go 0-1. Millick 1 for 3 on the day with a single back in the 6th. With a wide stance, low to the ground with his knees bent, breaking ball low and away, makes it 1-1. As Burns, after he didn't even need, I think, 8 pitches to get out of his first inning, breaking ball just inside. A strikeout of Kent Wilson, then a couple of quick ground balls is all he needed. And Burns, as of now, has only allowed 1 run over 8 1/3. Here's a swing and a miss. Makes it 2-2. He's only allowed 1 run over 8 1/3 this season in relief. Looking to keep that going here. Gives a couple of shakes to Dabo. Steps off the mound, asks for a reset and signs. There's the 2-2. Fouled back. Stays alive. Now Burns at the belt. Kicks and deals 2-2. Fastball skied out to shallow center. Feeney arranges in a few steps. Tracks it down. There's out number one. So it'll be Joe Pagano in from the right side, with Jarrett in the on-deck circle. First pitch, a called strike on the low outside corner. Pagano's 0 for 2, reached via the walk. As the 0-1 fouled back, goes 0-2. Connor Burns looking to lock it down here and looking to give the Bombers the opening game win. This is game one of a doubleheader, remember, here at Booth Field. So make sure to stay tuned as the 0-2 blooped shallow center coming in as Feeney. He's not going to get there. It'll drop down just off the end of the bat. 0-2 waved at the breaking ball low and away. Just got a piece of it with the end of the metal. And just an unavoidable bloop single if you're going to throw anything low and away. First hit of the day for Pagano. It's the sixth of the day for Clarkson. As a fastball called a strike on the outside corner to Cam Jarrett. Makes it 0-1. Middle infield pinched up the middle. Looking for a double play ball as the 0-1. Wave and a miss at the slider. Caught Jarrett way off balance there on a gross breaking ball from Burns, who sets, peers over at first to Pagano, comes home, another breaking ball, and that time leaving it in the dirt, off the turf I should say, is Jarrett. 1-2. Burns sets, he delivers. Breaking ball loops foul down the right field line just beyond the Clarkson Golden Knights dugout. It'll stay right there. Pagano with one stolen base in one attempt off of first as a pickoff attempt. Can't be handled by Lobster. Doesn't matter. Back safely with a dive regardless is Pagano, the grad student. As Burns peers over to first, now sets. At the belt with the black glove, he kicks and fires. 1-2, slider low and away. Evens it up to a piece. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball skied foul down the right field line. Lobster gives chase, and that will make it over the fence and out of play to stay right here at 2-2. We'll have game two of this doubleheader at about 1 o'clock or about 30 minutes after the conclusion here of game one. With one out, 2-2 count, tying run at the plate in the form of Jarrett. Here it is. Breaking ball called strike three. Nipped to the inside corner. Burns pulls the string. Bombers are one out away from securing a victory. It's the second strikeout of the day for Burns. And the ninth of the day for the Bombers pitching staff. Here's the first pitch to Kinkner. It's a fastball low to go 1-0. Bombers looking to move to 9-4 on the season. As the 1-0. Breaking ball just inside. Also looking to snap a 5-game win streak for Clarkson. As Burns sets, Rocks delivers. Chopped to the shortstop, Rothstein. Picks it up, goes the easy way to second base where Riley Brody taps on the bag to retire the side. Ball game over. Bombers win 3-1. Ithaca gets the W in Game 1 of the Liberty League slate. They're 1-0 in conference play and advance their overall record to 9-4 on the season as the Golden Knights take their first loss in 6 games. 5-game win streak is snapped. Now 7-4 overall and 0-1 in Liberty League play. A 3-1 lead, 3-1 win for Ithaca. And pitching was the story throughout this entire game. And Connor Burns in relief, but Colin Lehner to start off. For Lehner, 7 innings, 1 run, 5 hits with 7 punch-outs. For Burns, 2 innings, no runs, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts. And pitching carries Ithaca to a Game 1 win. Again, we'll be back in about half an hour at 1 o'clock for Game 2 of this doubleheader from Booth Field. So keep it right here on Ithaca Athletics because we will have a whole lot more action coming up. Signing off for Game 1, I'm Eli Fishman, but make sure to keep it right here on Bomber Sports for Game 2 coming up at about 1 o'clock. It's Game 2 of the 2024 Liberty League slate from Booth Field in Ithaca, New York, on the East Hill of Ithaca, New York. It's the Bombers and the Clarkson Golden Knights on Bomber Sports. I'm Eli Fishman. Thank you so much for tuning in to Game 2 of this doubleheader. In Game 1, it was all Bombers, 3-1 your final score there, but it was all pitching led by Colin Lehner as well as Connor Burns. On the pitching side, Lehner was excellent. He picks up his third win of the year. And then the pitching looks to roll on here in Game 2 as Jack Collier gets the start for the Bombers. And here is the lineup that he will oppose for the Clarkson Golden Knights. James Mason leads it off. He's the second baseman. Kent Wilson is the first baseman hitting second. Joe Figliolino is the DH. He hits third. Jake Millick hits cleanup in this one. He plays left field. Aiden Kiefner is in center field, hitting fifth. Robert Whalen doing the catching, getting the start in Game 2 after he was absent in Game 1. Hitting sixth, hitting seventh. Quinn Maslowski is the right fielder. Bo Varin is the shortstop. The freshman hits eighth. C.J. Cartier, who had the sole RBI in Game 1, rounds out the order with Cole Riskin on the mound for Clarkson. We'll tell you about Cole Riskin a little bit later when he comes out to pitch in the bottom of the inning. But there's a lot to talk about in terms of Jack Collier because at the beginning of the season, there was a big hole to fill in the Ithaca starting rotation. You lose Garrett Bell, who transfers to Marist. You lose the Liberty League Pitcher of the Year in Kyle Lambert. You got to fill some spots. And Collier stepped up big time last season. He was the Rookie of the Week a couple of times, finished with a 6.4 ERA and a 4.2 record in 32 and a third. But he had a few starts last season where he was just dominant. Got a good amount of midweek opportunities and took advantage of them. It was one against Scranton where he threw 5 innings, allowing 1 run, a 6-inning shutout against Alfred State, solid midweek against St. John Fisher, Oswego as well. And he's earned his spot in the starting rotation as a sophomore and has been nothing shy of dominant. 21 and 2/3 innings, a 2.49 ERA with 18 strikeouts for Collier. As Mason digs into the right-handed batter's box, and we are underway. The first pitch is nubbed right back to the mound. Collier leaps up, picks it up with his glove hand, and throws on to first for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out for Jack Collier, and that brings up Kent Wilson. Collier from Collegeville, Pennsylvania. As the first pitch is laced right back up the middle for a base hit. Out of the reach of the second baseman, Brody, and skips just to the right of the second base bag. Kent Wilson with a single. And so runner on first for Figliolino, who's the DH after he caught Game 1 for the Golden Knights. First pitch he sees is a fastball up and away. Figliolino went 0 for 4 in Game 1. As the 1-0 pitch is a fastball chopped to the left side of the infield. Rothstein has to charge. He'll have to go across the infield and away from the first base bag. Throw is just up the line towards the foul pole. First baseman Laney had to stretch for it. Took his foot off the bag. Would have been a close play either way. But that will go as an infield single for Figliolino. So back-to-back one-out singles for the Golden Knights. Looking to get it going here in the top of the first. With 1 out, Collier peers over to second. First pitch is looped foul down the right field line off the bat of Jake Millick, the grad student and left fielder. Who's looking for a bounce-back year here in his grad year. With a wide stance, knees bent in the right-handed batter's box. 0-1, called strike on the low outside corner. Collier solidifying himself late last year is a big piece of this rotation moving forward, getting some big-time reps as a freshman. He's the 2 as a sophomore. As the 0-2 is skied high in foul ground in front of the Clarkson Golden Knights dugout. It's the first baseman, Laney, who tracks it down onto the brown turf that represents the warning track just in front of the Clarkson dugout, and that's out number 2. Already 2 hits for Clarkson after they didn't have their first hit until the 4th inning in game 1 of this doubleheader, where, as we mentioned, Colin Lehner was dominant on the mound. As a breaking ball low and away, makes it 1-0. On Aiden Kiefner, the sophomore center fielder. He was the 8-hitter in game 1, roped the double in the 5th inning. Went 1 for 4 to finish the day as the breaking ball low and away. Gets away from the catcher to Dabo. Everybody will move up a station. Figliolino to second, Wilson to third. 2 runners in scoring position for the Golden Knights at a 2-0 count on Kiefner. The sophomore hitting 200 entering today. Bumped up to the 5 spot in the order. As Collier sets, Pierce at second, Pierce at third, delivers the 2-0, breaking ball low and away. And obviously you got a spot on base with Robert Whalen on deck. Hitting .308 on the season for the Golden Knights. And you want to get out of this inning as soon as possible. Collier sets, rocks, delivers, curveball, rather a slider, but to the bottom of the zone and a called strike. Went with the confidence in the breaking ball again. 3-0. See what he goes here. 3-1. Fastball just in there for a called strike, bottom of the zone. Borderline pitch at the bottom of the box. 3-2. Collier's battled back. With 2 outs, runners on second and third. The payoff pitch is chopped to the second baseman, Brody. Charges, gloves, throws on to first just in time for out number 3. Side retired after a pair of singles in the first inning. 2 runners left on base as the nice snag by Riley Brody, charging it from second base, gets Collier out of the inning unscathed. It's scoreless as we head to the bottom of the first, but keep it right here for the lineup for your Ithaca Bombers that will face Cole Riskin, the right-hander for the Golden Knights from Marblehead, Massachusetts, who had a big-time season as a freshman so far this season, hasn't found as much success in 4 starts after coming off a tough spring break trip where he was roughed up by UMass Dartmouth and Framingham State. Here's the lineup he will face for Ithaca, presented by David Valicente in his 4th season at the helm. Colin Feeney leads it off in center field. Lewis Fabo is the left fielder hitting second. Matt Curtis, the DH, hitting third. Camden Laney is going to get the start at first base. His first start in conference play. His 3rd start of his collegiate career comes in. He'll play first base in place of Ryan Lobsher. Doing the cleanup here in game 2, Ethan Rothstein hits 5th. He's the shortstop. Ethan DeDabo back behind the plate. Doing the catching, hitting 6th. Colin Shishadi in right field, hitting 7th. Riley Brody, the 8-man and second baseman, and Connor Peterson mans the hot corner and rounds out the order for the Bombers, who are 9-4 on the season after the Game 1 win over Clarkson. Ithaca 1-0 in conference play. Clarkson 0-1, just to open up what's going to be a long next month and a half of Liberty League games. Obviously, you got a few midweeks mixed in there with some out-of-conference opponents, but in the Liberty League, I guess you could argue Ithaca's a team right now that is fighting for, if you don't win the Liberty League, an at-large bid. But right now, pretty much every team in the Liberty League, Rochester as well, but pretty much every team in the Liberty League right now is 0-0 entering conference play. Looking to get yourself a Liberty League chip, a trophy, and obviously a bid into the NCAA tournament. As Ithaca has the past couple of years going all the way to Super Regionals. As Riskin toes the slab. And Feeney digs into the left-handed batter's box. We get set here in the bottom of the first inning. Scoreless between the Bombers and the Golden Knights. As Riskin, the right-hander, rocks and delivers the first pitch. Here's a breaking ball just inside. That goes 1-0. Ithaca in the all-white uniforms with navy blue numbering and lettering. Ithaca across the chest with navy blue piping. Down the sides of the pants and the shoulders of the home uniforms is the 1-0. Fastball called a strike on the inside corner to Feeney. For the Golden Knights, green tops, gray pants with white Clarkson across the chest. White numbering and lettering with a bright yellow outline and yellow piping on the shoulders is the 1-1. Fastball upstairs to Feeney. Makes it 2-1. Ithaca still has not played a home game at Freeman Field. Their home field on the South Hill. 14 games into the season as the 2-1 up and out on March 26th. And we talked about it a lot in the first game, but the weather that has pushed around this Bombers schedule. Knocked off a few games, knocked off particularly a few home games. As the 3-1. Fastball just inside for ball 4. And the leadoff man, Colin Feeney, does what he does best. Let's get on base. Works himself a 5-pitch walk and brings Fabo to the dish with a runner on first and no outs here in the bottom of the first. And with Ithaca hitting the road and heading to St. Lawrence next weekend, they won't play a game at Freeman Field until April. As of right now, as the first pitch to Fabo is a breaking ball low and away. If it doesn't snow 3-4 inches like it did this past weekend in Ithaca, but Bombers will head to Canton and then have that midweek against St. John Fisher. Won't be back at Freeman Field until their RIT series the following weekend. As the pickoff attempt, Feeney back with a dive, head first at first base. As Riskin takes a peek over to Feeney. He's got wheels. Stolen base in game 1. And the 1-0 breaking ball upstairs. Feeney with 4 stolen bases on the season. Creeps off first. Here's the 2-0. Breaking ball fouled off. Fabo got a piece of it. Goes off the netting behind home plate. And 2-1 the count on Fabo. All Liberty League first team last season. All region second team. Here's the 2-1. Feeney off on the pitch. Swing and a miss. Throw down to second base. Not in time. Stolen base number 5 on the season for Feeney. As a runner in scoring position for Ithaca. Swing and a miss by Fabo, and it's 2-2. Riskin, the pause, the delivery. Breaking ball, swing and a miss for strike 3. First strikeout of the day for Riskin, and the first out here in the bottom of the first. Brings up Matt Curtis. Had himself a great game in game 1 of this doubleheader. Went 2 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored. First pitch, breaking ball in the dirt, smothered by the catcher, Whalen, who gets the start behind the dish in favor of Figliolino here in game 2. Defensively for Clarkson on the infield, Cartier's the third baseman. Varden, the shortstop. Mason at second. Wilson at first in the outfield, left to right. Millick, Kiefner, and Maslowski. As the 1-0, a breaking ball low and away to go 2-0. Curtis with an OPS over 1,000 in 13 games this season, playing all 13, starting all 13 for the Bombers. Here's the 2-0. Breaking ball low and away. And Curtis came up in a dangerous spot in the 7th inning with a couple of runners on base. With one runner in scoring position, I should say. And they virtually intentionally walked him. Threw him 4 straight breaking balls as Feeney off on the pitch on the 3-0. Throw down to third base in time. Feeney picked off in game 1. Thrown out trying to steal third in game 2. Whalen nabs the lead runner. Nabs the sole runner, I should say, to empty the bases. And just like that, a scoring opportunity for Ithaca is erased in a 3-1 count on Curtis. Great throw by Whalen. Maneuvering around the batter Curtis as well. As a fastball low, Curtis works a walk. Feeney getting a little too antsy off second after he's already got 2 stolen bases between the 2 games today. As that brings up Camden Laney, the first baseman, getting his first start in conference play. And his 4th start of the season. First pitch foul back off the netting behind home plate. Laney hitting .333 in 7 total games with 4 RBIs. From Decatur, Georgia. With his hands high in a closed-off stance. Here's the 0-1. Fastball just outside. Makes the count 1-1. And in Laney's first collegiate start, it came against Elmira in another technical home game for Ithaca that was played over in Cortland. There's the 1-1. Breaking ball just inside. And he went 3 for 4. Fell a homer shy of the cycle with an RBI. So got just a midweek start before the spring break trip down to Lexington and had a great game that put himself in the lineup for a lot of those spring break games. There's the 2-1, swing and a miss, evens it up at 2. Played in all but 1 game down in Lexington and starred, including a 2-run homer versus Trinity and a big-time win for the Bombers down in Lexington. Earns himself the cleanup spot here in Game 2 of conference play. As the 2-2 pitch, breaking ball, laced foul down the left field line. Sat back on the breaker out of the hand of Riskin, and it stays right there at 2-2. Curtis off of first with 2 outs. Riskin at the belt, comes home. Here's the 2-2. Fastball low, and Laney's worked the count full. 4 RBIs and only 18 at-bats on the season for the freshman. Riskin sets, fires off on the pitch. 3-2, 2 outs is Curtis. It's a fastball outside, and Laney works himself a full count walk. So 3 walks allowed by Riskin in the inning. Feeney thrown out trying to steal third just a couple moments ago for the second out. So Ethan Rothstein digs in with Laney off of first and Curtis off of second. The senior shortstop in from the right side. Here's the first pitch. Breaking ball called strike on the outside corner. Rothstein went 0 for 3, was hit by a pitch in the elbow guard in game 1 of this doubleheader. Entered today hitting .476 on the season, 0-1. Breaking ball low and away, 1-1. Rothstein leading the team in virtually every offensive category with an OPS just shy of 1,100. OBP of 500. Going to do some damage here with runners on first and second. The 1-1 is skied out to deep right field. Ranging to his right a few steps is the right fielder, Maslowski, who tracks it down in right center for out number 3. Side retired. 2 runners stranded despite no hits in the inning. It's still scoreless as we head to the top of the second on Bomber Sports. Scoreless between Clarkson and Ithaca in the top of the second inning. And 6, 7, 8 due up for the Golden Knights, starting off with Robert Whalen, the senior catcher, getting the start behind the plate here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. As Jack Collier winds and fires, the first pitch is sky high into shallow center. Colin Feeney ranges a few steps in and tracks it down for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out. Here in the second inning for Collier, who allowed 2 hits in the first, had runners on second and third with 1 out, and then escaped the jam thanks to a fly ball to first base and a ground out to second base. As the first pitch to Quinn Maslowski is just inside for ball 1. Here's the 1-0. And it's a fastball low. Maslowski, the senior right fielder, he wasn't in the lineup in Game 1. Hitting .375 on the season as he swings and misses over top of the slider. Only playing in 2 games. He's 3 for 8 with a run scored and a triple. Here's the 2-1. Called a strike on the slider. Count goes 2-2. Here's the 2-2 offering. Another slider, that time just outside, and the count goes full. Here's the payoff with 1 out. Swung on and got a piece of it. Bounces off the glove of Didabo. Couldn't hold on. Falls on the turf, so it'll stay right there full. And here comes another payoff. This one, a sky-high fly ball, shallow center again. Feeney ranging under, a couple steps to his right, couple in, and a can of corn for out number 2. Pair of quick outs. That'll bring us to the 8-hitter in Bo Varden. Varden, the freshman shortstop, who played in Game 1 of this doubleheader at shortstop, went 1 for 4 as he waves and misses at the first pitch to go 0-1. The freshman from Glastonbury, Connecticut, hitting .300 on the season entering today, as a called strike on the fastball makes it 0-2. Homer down in Florida against UMass Dartmouth is the 0-2. Wave and a miss for strike 3. Jack Collier gets Varden swinging for his first strikeout. It's still scoreless, 0-0 between Clarkson and Ithaca as we head to the bottom of the second on Bomber Sports. 6-7-8 due up for Ithaca back in the bottom of the second inning. Still scoreless in Game 2 of Liberty League play. Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Bombers and the Golden Knights as the catcher Ethan DiDavo digs in from the left side. Cole Riskin back on for his second inning of work. Riskin's first pitch is a fastball called a strike on the low outside corner. DiDavo went 0 for 2 in Game 1 with a pair of walks, earning the starting catcher job in what was a fight to the finish line throughout the preseason, the fall and the spring for Ithaca. 0-1, fastball just low and away. You got a couple of transfers from the Division I level in Logan Scully from William & Mary and Tyler Puglisi from UAlbany coming over, fighting for that starting catcher job. But DiDavo, who got a good amount of reps last year behind the plate, being rotated in with Gil Marad, won it. 1-1, breaking ball upstairs. Count goes 2-1, and DiDavo has gotten the starts in the first 2 games of conference play behind the plate for Ithaca after a good amount of opportunities throughout the non-conference schedule, as the 2-1 is skied foul behind home plate and out of play. Count will go 2-2. There were a lot of question marks about that catcher position after Gil Marad, who's been the starting catcher for the last 4 years since his freshman season, departed, transferring to Liberty League rival RIT this past fall. Here comes the 2-2 from Riskin. Fastball away, and the count goes full on DiDavo. And only 2 of the 9 in the starting lineup for Ithaca departed. It was Marad and Callahan. As the 3-2 pitch to DiDavo, fastball outside, that's ball 4. A full count walk to DiDavo to lead off the second inning. Bombers looking to get on the board and break the tie, still scoreless, as Colin Shishati will dig in from the right-handed side. Callahan was the only other player that the Bombers lost as he used up all of his eligibility. Returning back to Ithaca after a year at Division I Rutgers as the first pitch to Shishati is laced on a hop to the shortstop Barden. Backhands onto second for 1, onto first in time. Very nice double play started by Varden at shortstop, who was falling to the ground as he backhanded that ball, threw to second base off balance. Mason taps on the bag, throws to first, and just like that, the leadoff walk is erased as Shishati grounds into the 6-4-3 double play. That'll bring up Riley Brody with 2 outs and the base is empty. And from the left side against the right-hander Riskin at the belt, Clarkson delivers the first pitch to Brody. It's a fastball called a strike on the outside corner. And Callahan DH'd a lot last year as well, which gave guys like Matt Curtis and like Colin Feeney, who's taken his spot in the outfield, a lot of good opportunities for starts last season. Is the 0-1. Fastball called a strike on the outside corner. Oh-2 count here on Brody, who went 0 for 3 in Game 1. Riskin comes home the 0-2 upstairs. Goes 1-2 now. Brody with some good contact in Game 1. Found a Clarkson defender each time. Here's the 1-2 pitch, breaking ball upstairs. And Brody hitting .250 to start off the season in 8 games played, 7 starts. Probably not exactly where he wants to be. Solid numbers for sure, but a guy that hit over .315 last year. One of the best in the conference. 2-2 breaking ball, sky high left side of the infield. It's the third baseman, Cartier, ranging back a couple of steps into the outfield grass behind third base, and comes away with it for out number 3. Side retired, working around the leadoff walk is Riskin to retire the side in order. Still 0-0 between the Bombers and the Golden Knights as we head to the third on Bomber Sports. Still no score between the Bombers and the Golden Knights here on the top of the third inning. And it'll be the 9-man C.J. Cartier leading it off for Clarkson against Jack Collier, who's allowed 2 hits but nothing across. As the first pitch is laced into shallow center field. That'll bloop down for a base hit. Cartier with the 3rd hit of the day for the Golden Knights. That'll bring us to the top of the order in James Mason. Mason grounded out right back to Collier on the first pitch that he saw back in the first inning. Cartier dancing off first. Now showing bunt Mason. The pitch is a fastball right down Broadway that gets fouled back off the netting behind home plate. So it'll go 0-1. Collier gave it to him. Fastball at the top of the zone. It's exactly what you try to do if you're a pitcher. Try to get him to pop it up. Worked that time. Let's see if he bunts again. No, he doesn't. It's a fastball just outside to go 1-1. Mason, the sophomore, playing second base today. There's the 1-1. This time shows bunt. It's a breaking ball that's chopped right back to the pitcher, Collier. He'll go the easy way to first base after taking a peek at Cartier, who scurries up to second base. Mason does the job, moves the runner over with the sac bunt. That'll bring up Kent Wilson with a runner in scoring position, and Wilson, the dangerous grad student. An OPS over 1,050 on the season. Single back in the first inning. Been one of the top position players in the Liberty League for a few years now, as the fastball outside makes it 1-0. And Cartier's got good speed off of second as well. Here comes the 1-0. Fastball bounced in the dirt. Moving from second to third is Cartier. Throw from DiDabo. Not in time. Well ahead of the throw. Sliding in safely head first is Wilson. So a runner 90 feet away from putting the Golden Knights on the scoreboard. Wilson, a career .340 hitter at Clarkson with the infield shaded in. Here's the 2-0. Fastball called a strike on the low outside corner. So it'll go 2-0. As Collier sets, rocks, fires, 2-0. Fastball low and away. Three and 1 now. There's a fastball up and away, ball 4. Runners on the corners now, 1 out. And Joe Figliolino in from the right side. Wilson's got solid speed with a stolen base in the season. Reaching base for the second time today. Figliolino singled right back up the middle in his last time to the plate in the first. Here's the first pitch. Curveball called a strike. Middle infield back. Infield in general back, looking for the double play here. Peterson's pretty much even with the bag at third. Laney covering Wilson at first. As Collier sets, takes a peek over at first. Wilson dancing off the bag. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball loop. Shallow center field. That'll drop down for a base hit. Tapping on home plate easily is Cartier. Going first to third on the blooper in the right center is Wilson. Joe Figliolino gets himself an RBI knock and puts the Golden Knights on the scoreboard. 1-0 Clarkson here on the top of the third. Jake Billick will dig in from the right side. Still runners on the corners, and the scoring threat far from over. Billick with that wide stance. Hand side closed off. Here's the first pitch. Grounded to the second baseman, Brody. On to second for one. On to first. And Rothstein couldn't even get the throw off. A little bit of a collision between him and Figliolino. So they get the lead runner, but coming home is Kent Wilson. Clarkson adds another. 2-0. Golden Knights. With 2 outs. Now Millick off of first for Kiefner. First pitch a called strike on the corner. As Collier checks, sets, with a black glove held high, pickoff attempt over at first. And back with a head first dive is Millick. 0 for 1 in terms of stolen base attempts this season. As the 0-1 pitch, fastball, check swing, didn't go around, and it's just outside, a close pitch that Collier wanted. Kiefner 0 for 1 on the day. Grounded out to second base to end the first inning. Another pickoff attempt. Not in time, is well ahead of the throw. Millick again. Kiefner getting his 8th start in the outfield today for Clarkson as the slider outside makes it 2-1. Collier gives a couple of shakes, gives the nod now to Didabo. Sets, rocks, fires. 2-1. Breaking ball in the dirt. Didabo keeps it in front of him. Stares down. Millick dancing off the first base bag. It's 3-1. Collier again. 3-1 pitch. Fastball fouled back. And a big payoff pitch coming with Robert Whalen on deck, who smoked the ball to deep center his last time to the dish. Two outs, runner on first before the payoff can be thrown. Another pickoff attempt. Laney applies the tag on the back of Millick, just on top of that number 7. But Millick's back just ahead of the throw. 3-2, 2 outs, runner on first. Clarkson on top by 2. And the pitch is chopped foul towards the Bomber dugout on the third base side. Stays right there, 3-2. Kiefner looking to win the battle. Collier looking to send his Bombers back to the dugout and put the bats in their hand. Here's the pitch. Chopped. Left side of the infield. It's the shortstop. Rothstein picks it up, throws on to first, but Laney drops it. It was a tough throw, just a little bit up the first base line towards the foul pole. Had to lunge a little bit in order to get there, and got there. Just bounced right off his glove. So the E3 will extend the inning. And put runners at first and second for Robert Whalen, who's hitting .308 on the season, entering today in 6 games. Breaking ball low and away on the first pitch makes it 1-0. And this isn't something we've talked about, but Ithaca's definitely had their error struggles on the season. 28 total defensive errors for this team, which lost them a couple games in the first 2 of the season as the breaking ball low and away. You look at those first couple of games where they made the trip almost 6 hours out to Pittsburgh, where they played Mount Union and Case Western Reserve and made 13 total defensive errors as the 2-0 is fouled behind home plate. They were outscored 20-15, but outscored way more runs than their opponents in terms of earned runs, because so many by the pitching staff was unearned on the Bombers' side throughout those two games. As the 2-1 is laced foul right side of the infield over top of the Clarkson dugout. Stays 2-2. 6 of the 20 runs allowed by the Bombers over those first two games were unearned. This time, Collier looking to get Ithaca out of the jam with runners on first and second and 2 outs. Big 2-2 pitch coming. Here it is. Fastball up and in. Count goes full. Already 2 runs across in the inning, making it 2-0 Clarkson. As Collier sets at the belt, delivers the 3-2, and it's off the elbow guard of Whalen. Would have been obviously ball 4 regardless. Off the elbow. Shakes it off and will make his way down to first base. Being checked out by first base coach, but looks to be all right. As Dabo will take a walk out to the mound to have a meeting with his arm, and Collier, who's got the bases loaded, for Maslowski. Maslowski flew out to center field his last time to the plate. Here's the first pitch. Fastball chopped foul on top of the third base coach's box. Two hits, a hit batsman, and a walk in the inning for Clarkson as the 0-1. Slider just low. Evens it at 1. Collier's already surpassed the 50 pitch mark with this 1-1 offering. Here it is. Breaking ball low and away, 2-1. Collier sets, fires, 2-1. Sky-high fly ball into center field. Feeney takes a step back and ranges under it to retire the side. 2 runs come across on 2 hits in the inning, highlighted by the RBI single from Figliolino. Able to escape the bases loaded jam is Collier. It's now 2-0 Clarkson as we head to the bottom of the third on Bomber Sports. Connor Peterson leads it off in the bottom of the third for Ithaca, now down 2-0 after a couple runs across on the top of the frame for Clarkson. Riskin back out onto the work is the first pitch. A breaking ball just inside. To the 9-man Peterson, manning the hot corner today for the Bombers. He went 0 for 3 in game 1. As Riskin kicks and fires the 1-0. It's a fastball low and away. Peterson, who broke Tim Locastro's record for most hits in a season his freshman year. As Riskin comes home 2-0. Breaking ball low and away this time. Locastro signing a deal, and it looks like he might make the big league roster for the San Diego Padres out of camp after he was unsigned until about 2 weeks ago. The former Ithaca Bomber. There's the 3-0 to Peterson. Called strike on the inside corner. Bouncing around the last couple of years in the big leagues. Mets, Yankees, D-backs, Dodgers. The stolen base machine, Locastro, goes to the Padres. There's the 3-1. Called a strike on the breaking ball. And one of the best players in Ithaca baseball history had his record broken by the man at the plate in Peterson, who's got a 3-2 count. Riskin delivers the 3-2. It's grounded just in front of the third base coach's box, foul. It was a breaking ball. That's probably ball 4. Right in front of the kneecap of Peterson. But already caught himself a little out in front on it. And just waved at it, got some metal on it. It stays 3-2. Here's another payoff from Riskin. Breaking ball foul down the right field line. And out of play over the Clarkson dugout. Peterson looking to get back on the horse after some struggles late in the season offensively last year. As Riskin, the long pause, now the 3-2. Breaking ball grounded sharply through the right side of the infield. That's a base hit. First hit of the day for Ithaca. The 9-man Connor Peterson leads us off with a single in the third. And that brings us to the top of the order in Colin Feeney. Great at-bat by Peterson. He was up 3-0. 2 straight strikes. Fouls off a couple of tough pitches. And then sits back on it, ropes it through the right side for a single. And he's got speed as well off of first. To the top of the order in Feeney. First a pickoff attempt. Back in standing is Peterson. As Riskin peers over, delivers first pitch. Breaking ball caught a strike on the outside corner. And it goes 0-1. Peterson dancing off of first. Riskin takes a look over, makes a throw over. No tag applied by Wilson, the first baseman. Feeney from Ridgewood, New Jersey, already got himself a stolen base in this game after he walked in the first, was then thrown out trying to steal third. Representing the tying run, takes a breaking ball low and in. Feeney with multiple hits in his last 2 games, making his last 3 games after he had 2 in game 1 of this doubleheader. Had a multi-hit performance in the last 2 games of the spring break trip. There's the 1-1 sky high on the infield. Just to the right of the pitcher's mound. Who's going to, just to the left of the pitcher's mound now. It's going to be the third baseman, Cartier, who comes up with it. And that's out number 1 here in the bottom of the third. And that brings up Fabo with a runner on first and Peterson. Fabo struck out in his first at-bat. Went 1 for 3 with a double in game 1. As the first pitch. Fastball in the dirt, scooped out of the dirt by Whalen. Peers over, pump fakes at first base, eyeing down Peterson, but no throw, and it's a 1-0 count on Fabo. From Hewitt, New Jersey. Manning left field this season for Ithaca. Another pickoff attempt. Peterson back with a dive. Fabo with a hit in 7 of his last 8 games for the Bombers. And last season, he went on a streak of almost a year, a calendar year, as a breaking ball called a strike on the outside corner. Between the 2022 and 23 seasons, there was a calendar year where Fabo had a hit in every single game. He had a 14-hit game hit streak, I should say, to begin the season as he fouls the 1-1 back. So a 14-game hit streak to begin last season, and a hit streak that covered over a dozen games to end the 2022 season. An on-base machine. He had actually at least one hit in 40 of 47 games played last season. Among the nation's leaders in hits. As the 1-2, breaking ball low and away. Crept up on the Locastro-Peterson record as well. That's 78 hits. There's another pickoff attempt. Peterson back with a dive. And Fabo was close. Finishing last season with 74. Including a strong regional in Cortland and a strong 2 games of a super regional in Endicott. There's the 2-2, fastball low. Bombers have been within 2 games of the College World Series, within 1 series of the College World Series over the last 2 seasons, looking to get right back to that spot and beyond. Here's the 3-2. Peterson off on the pitch. Ground to the left side of the infield, Varden backhand. Throw on a first on a hop, picked out of the turf by Wilson. Peterson makes his way up to second base. Fabo is retired, 2 outs. So Curtis will step up with Peterson off second. Curtis, after that big game 1 where he went 2 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored, the sole Bomber with multiple hits in game 1, is the first pitch, breaking ball low and away. And we've talked so much about the pitching in game 1 of this doubleheader, and I would say the primary reason for that is because it was all pitching. Only 12 combined hits between the 2 sides. 6 hits for Ithaca, 2 of them from Curtis. As Riskin's 1-0 is laced into left center field. Coming in is Kiefner. It'll stay up long enough for him to pluck it out of the air on the line drive. And Curtis is retired, side retired here in the bottom of the 3rd. 1 hit, 1 runner left on base as we head to the 4th. Still 2-0 in favor of the Golden Knights. Back in the top of the fourth inning, and Bo Varden into the right-handed batter's box for the Golden Knights. As a called strike on that one, it makes it 1-1. 8 batters coming to the plate in the top of the third. As the 1-1. Check this swing, didn't go around outside. Where 2 runs came across to score. Bases were left loaded by Collier. 2-1. Laced down the left field line. That'll drop fair. Roll all the way into the corner where it's scooped out by Fabo. Chugging his way to second base is Varden. He's in there standing up with a leadoff double here in the fourth for the Golden Knights. And that'll bring up C.J. Cartier, who singled and scored in the third. Led off the inning that would see those 8 different players coming to the plate for Clarkson. Got the rally going. First pitch. Breaking ball, bloop, shallow center. Will stay on the infield for the shortstop Rothstein, who treks a couple of steps beyond the second base bag and makes the catch for out number 1. So James Mason will step up. 0 for 1, had a sac bunt back in the third, which ended up paying off because it moved C.J. Cartier 1 base over, and then he was knocked in on the Figliolino RBI singles. That one skips away from Dabo. Moving up a stop is Varden. He's at third base 90 feet away. 2-0 lead in favor of Clarkson. Looking to extend that here after the leadoff double to start off the frame. Some action warming in the Ithaca bullpen. It's a righty up and throwing. As the 1-0. Breaking ball in the dirt, this time blocked by Dabo. Keeps it in front to keep Varden in front. But 2-0 on the leadoff man. And you got the dangerous combination that we've seen throughout these 2 games of Ken Wilson and Figliolino. 2-3 in the order. 2-0. Called a strike on the fastball. Nips the bottom of the zone. 2-1. Infield shaded to step in. 2-1 pitch. Fastball called a strike. Scrapes the low outside corner. It's 2-2. And obviously that second out is huge. As this one is laced down the left field line and foul. And the 2-2. Fastball grounded through the right side of the infield for a base hit. Just squeaking away from the diving Laney. Scoring easily from third is Varden. Another run on the scoreboard for the Golden Knights. And a 3-0 lead for Clarkson. Here's the first pitch. It's low to Ken Wilson. After Mason gets his 7th RBI of the season. And that leadoff double in Varden pays off big time. Here's the 1-0. Grounded sharply, left side of the infield. Stepping on the second base bag is Rothstein on to first and in time for the double play. Rothstein rolls it and gets out of the inning without any further damage, but 1 run comes across on the RBI single from James Mason. It's now 3-0 Clarkson as we head to the bottom of the fourth on Bomber Sports. Clarkson pushes another across in the top of the frame. It's now 3-0 Golden Knights here in Game 2 of this doubleheader between Ithaca and Clarkson as Camden Laney digs in from the left-handed side and leads it off for Ithaca against Cole Riskin, who's been stellar so far. No runs, only one hit allowed as the righty kicks and fires. First pitch is a changeup low and away to make it 1-0 on Laney, who worked a full count walk his first time to the plate, getting his first start in conference play as a freshman. Here comes the 1-0. Called a strike on the outside corner. Laney, the sole freshman in the starting lineup for Ithaca. He's actually the sole freshman. I shouldn't say the sole freshman. Jack Picozzi started a couple. Only 2 freshmen have started a game for Ithaca this season. 1-1. Swings and fouls it back off the netting behind home plate. Laney taking over for Ryan Lobsher, who went 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored in Game 1. Laney moves to the cleanup spot here in Game 2. As the 1-2 waves and misses at the breaking ball at the top of the zone for strike 3. Laney gets sent back on strikes. That's the second strikeout of the day for Riskin. And 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. As Rothstein digs in from the right side now. Riskin's pitch. It's a breaking ball, chop left side of the infield, foul. Just to the left of the bag. Nice bare hand snag in the third base coach's box by David Valicente. Chucks it back to Riskin. Valicente, a former catcher throughout the professional ranks in the Pirates organization, a couple of indie ball teams. As the 0-1 breaking ball just upstairs. Riskin wanted that pitch. Jim Kane from the first base dugout asking where it is as well. Home plate umpire says it's upstairs, 1-1. Here it is from Riskin. Big swing and a miss from Rothstein on the curveball. Sat back on it, swung almost out of his shoes. He actually did swing out of his shoes because he's got to go down and tie the left one before he digs back in from the left side. Saw that hanging curveball, sat back, swung right through it. Here's Riskin's 1-2. Breaking ball again. This time he sits back and ropes it in right center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Cut off by Kiefner, and he'll hold Rothstein to a single. It's the second hit of the day for the Bombers. And a 1-out single for Ethan Rothstein brings Ethan DiDalbo to the plate. With a runner on first and 1 out, DiDalbo, who walked back in the second, takes the first pitch fastball low and away. Also walked twice in Game 1. He's been an on-base machine. A .423 on-base percentage entering today, and obviously that'll only go up. 1-0, fastball low and in. Big presence in the left-handed batter's box. DiDalbo from Montclair, New Jersey. 5'11", 210. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball up and away. 3-0. Already talked a little bit about the catching competition that's gone on throughout the fall and spring on the South Hill. And DiDalbo with his sky-high on-base percentage earning a spot. Fastball right down Broadway for a called strike 3. As Riskin now sets, takes a deep breath, and comes home 3-1. Fastball called strike on the outside corner, works his way back. It's 3-2. Ithaca down by 3. Looking to get those bats alive. They've only had 8 hits throughout the 13 innings that we've seen so far here from Booth Field. Pickoff attempt. Rothstein back with a dive. Here on the East Hill, across town from the campus of Ithaca College, playing what's technically a home game for the Bombers, is Rothstein off on the pitch. It's a fastball away. So Dabo will take his base. Walk number 4 between the 2 games today. He's only had 2 technical at-bats in the scorebook. As Shishadi will step up, Jim Kane takes the long walk out to the mound, motions to the bullpen, and that will be it for Cole Riskin. Kane in his 24th season at the helm for the Golden Knights will take the ball. We'll see who the new pitcher is, if he can get out of the jam with a tying run at the plate in the form of Colin Shishadi. And only 1 out with runners on first and second in the bottom of the 4th. The new pitcher for the Golden Knights is Tommy DeFranco, the sophomore from Penfield, New York. Enters this game with runners on first and second and 1 out. Bombers trailing by 3. Scores 3-0 Clarkson, but the tying run at the plate in the form of Colin Shishadi. With Rothstein off second, to Dabo off of first. The first pitch is a slider in there for a called strike off to Shishadi, who initially showed bunt. In 2 games this season on the mound, DeFranco has allowed 5 earned runs in 3 1/3 with 3 strikeouts. As the 0-1 pitch waved at and missed on the fastball on the outer third by Shishadi, 0-2. Digs back in from the right side, adjusts the batting gloves with 2 runners on. He's the tying run. Middle infield shaded in as the 0-2 fouled back behind home plate over the fencing. And Shishadi is not an easy guy to strike out as well. An on-base percentage over 500 last season, works a lot of walks as the breaking ball off the elbow guard. Shishadi takes it off, throws the bat towards the third base dugout, and Riley Brawley will step up with the bases juiced and 1 out. Brody in from the left side. Shishani off first. Dabo off second. Rothstein off third. First pitch, a fastball upstairs. As DeFranco twists and fires. Breaking ball. Called a strike at the bottom of the zone. And the count goes 1-1. Broughty 6 homers last year. There's the 1-1. Big swing and a miss at the fastball. He's got 6 RBIs, including a homer already on the season. Here's the 1-2. Nubbed foul towards the on-deck circle where Connor Peterson awaits. Go-ahead run in the batter's box. Game-tying run on first base in the form of Shishati. He's got wheels. Broughty with a lot of speed in his own right. Here comes the 1-2. Fastball line into center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Rothstein scores from third. Getting the late stop sign is to Dabo. It's an RBI single for Riley Broughty. Everybody moves up a station, and the Bombers get on the board. 3-1 now the score. And the game-tying run is at second base. The go-ahead run is on first for Connor Peterson. Peterson singled right back up the middle. In the third inning, he was the first hit for Ithaca. As a fastball called a strike at the top of the zone. Ithaca only had one hit entering this inning. The single by Rothstein, single by Broughty, and the Bombers' offense is in business. DeFranco twists and fires, 0-1, foul behind his own plate. And the count goes 0-2, so Peterson will now work from behind. DeFranco sets. And fires, 0-2. Breaking ball laced right back up the middle. Can't be handled by the shortstop, Varden. It'll trickle into center field. Shishati gets the wave. Play at the plate, not in time. The head first dive for Colin Shishati on a sharp ground ball up the middle that couldn't be handled by the shortstop, Varden. Trickles into shallow center. We talked about the speed of Shishati. He scores easily from second base. We're all tied 3-3. We'll see how that'll go in the scorebook. But a very tough play for Varden to make. He was sliding to his glove side behind the second base bag as the first pitch to Feeney is a fastball outside. A great play to even glove that, but it ended up hurting him as the 1-0 to Feeney is just up and away. 2-0. Might have been a closer play if you let Kiefner get it in center field with the momentum he had. Instead, Varden throwing from his back foot as the 2-0. Feeney shows bunt, pulls back. It's a called strike on the outer third. In a tie ball game with Broughty off second, Peterson, who will give 2 RBIs and a single to, off first. Pickoff attempt over at second. Broughty back in time as a hesitation move from DeFranco. Only pitched in 3 games, 2 2/3 last year. Comes home with the 2-1. Breaking ball, just called a strike on the outside corner. Two. 1 out. Runners on first and second. Swing and a miss. Got him on the fastball. DeFranco gets a big-time K for the second out. Brings up Fabo, who's been silent today. He's 0 for 2. Here comes the first pitch. Breaking ball called a strike. Drops it on the inside corner. Brody representing the go-ahead run off second. The power hitting Fabo, 0-1. Breaking ball, big swing and a miss. Swung out of his shoes on a curveball over the heart of the plate. Left hanging by DeFranco. And he's one strike away from escaping it with any further damage. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball in the dirt. Smothered by the catcher. Whalen keeps it in front. Keeps Brody at second and Peterson at first. Clutch hitting when the Bombers need it most. 3 hits in the inning. 1-2. Breaking ball. Sharply grounded, just foul to the left of the bag. Down the third base line. Ahead of the breaking ball again from DeFranco. Looks to pull the string 1-2. Can't get it past Fabo, who's been one of the top hitters in the Bombers' order since his sophomore year. 1-2, fastball up and away. Fabo, since his freshman year, he's been a starter. He's a 3-time All-Liberty League selection. As DeFranco's 2-2. Breaking ball in the dirt. Skips away from the catcher, Whalen. That'll go all the way to the backstop towards the on-deck circle. Brody around third. Couldn't find it, Whalen. And Brody was tapped on home plate. He goes from second to home on the pass ball. Skipped away from Whalen towards the Bombers on-deck circle. Took him a second to find it. By the time he got there, Brody, with his foot on the gas pedal, taps on home plate. And that's how the Bombers take their lead. It is 4-3, Ithaca on top. Still some insurance 90 feet away in the form of Connor Peterson with a 3-2 count on Fabo. As the 3-2. Fastball just low, rather in there for a called strike at the bottom of the zone for strike 3, but not before. 3 hits in the inning. 4 runs come across. It's 4-3, Bombers on top, thanks to some clutch hitting from Connor Peterson and Riley Brody, and a pass ball that Whalen could not find. It was in the on-deck circle, and the Bombers have the lead, 4-3, as we head to the top of the 5th on Bomber Sports. Well, the last time Jack Collier was on the mound, he was down 3-0, but the offense has come alive for the Bombers. 4 runs in the bottom of the 4th. It's 4-3 at the on top. Collier back out onto the mound with a lead as he will start off with Figliolino, who takes the fastball low and away. Count goes 1-0. Here comes the 1-0, and it's a sky-high fly ball, shallow center. Feeney ranging a few steps in. He's under it, and a can of corn in shallow center for out number 1. He's been busy today. We got 4 fly balls to shallow center that Feeney's had to track down. Gray skies, but a beautiful day here on the East Hill with temperatures in the 50s after a weekend filled with snow. 57 degrees on the East Hill at the moment. Here's the first pitch, a fastball called a strike at the top of the zone to Millick, who had an RBI fielder's choice back in the 3rd. 0-1. is popped foul right side and giving chase is Laney. He'll give it a look, but it's over the Clarkson dugout and out of play. To make it 0-2. 6 hits allowed, 3 runs by Collier with a pair of strikeouts as the fastball upstairs makes it 1-2. Looking to get Millick to chase as the 1-2 offering. Foul back out of play. And it'll stay right there. Collier, who entered today with a 2.49 ERA, looking for his 3rd win of the season. He's 2-0 entering today. Here's the 1-2, pop foul behind home plate again. Millick stays alive. Collier, who went 4-2 last year. We talked earlier about his dominance on the mound as a fastball just outside. Collier and Lane are the only current Bombers that have gotten prior midweek starts. Here's the 2-2. Grounded sharply. Right side of the infield. Backhanded by Brody, but it'll skip off his glove and into center field. So a 1-out single. As that'll go as an error on Brody. So reaching on the error is Millick. As Kiefner will dig in with a runner on first and 1 out. The game-tying run off of first in the form of Millick. And he's got speed. First pitch is a fastball called a strike on the outer third. As Collier pumps home the 0-1. It's a fastball just upstairs to make it 1-1. The error putting the game-tying run on first base after the Bombers came back from a 3-0 deficit to take a 4-3 lead last frame. Waving and missing at the slider is Kiefner. Gets him to chase on a sword, and it's 1-2. Collier sets. Peers over at first. Rocks home. And the 1-2 is chopped foul towards the Bombers' dugout. Just towards the near side. Here at Booth Field. Opening doubleheader of the Liberty League slate. Is the 1-2. Swing and a miss on the fastball. Collier challenges him with the fastball over the outer third. Big wave and a miss from Kiefner. It's the 2nd strikeout of the day for Collier. And 2 outs now with a runner on first base for Whalen. Collier's first pitch is a big swing and a miss on the fastball. Dials it up on the first pitch to Whalen, who he hit with a 3-2 pitch to load the bases in the 3rd inning. In that 3rd inning where 8 different batters came to the plate for Clarkson. 0-1. Big swing and a miss on the fastball at the top of the zone. And it's 0-2. Collier bringing the heat here in the top of the 5th with a lead at his back. Gives the nod to Didabo, now sets. Takes a peek over at first and comes home 0-2. Fastball grounded right side of the infield. Brody scoops it up, shuffles to his left onto first, and in time for out number 3. Side retired, 1 runner left on base, no hits, no runs in the inning for Clarkson. We head to the bottom of the 5th. It's 4-3 Bombers on top, looking to add to that lead here in Game 2. Back in the bottom of the fifth, a 4-3 lead for the Bombers as Matt Curtis will lead it off for Ithaca, and he'll face a new pitcher. It's Jason McGee, the right-handed sophomore from Fairfax, Virginia. Toes the slab. He's thrown 4 innings this season in 2 relief appearances, is yet to allow a run as the first pitch, a breaking ball low and away to Curtis, who's 0 for 1 with a walk and a fly out to center on the day. As McGee at 6'1", 220, peers in, gets the sign, comes home, and the 1-0 is an off-speed waved at and missed by Curtis to go 1-1. DeFranco came in and finished out the third as the 1-1 slider low and away with 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, 2 runs, neither of which were earned, both on the ledger of Riskin. And now McGee takes over as the 2-1 off-speed swing and a miss. Almost swing out of his shoes there is Curtis. Evens it up 2-2. With Laney awaiting on deck. Here it is. Slider low and away. Count goes full. In the bottom of the 5th inning, a 4-3 lead for Ithaca, looking to tack on some insurance after their 4th spot in the bottom of the 4th. Here's the 3-2 to Curtis. It's a fastball upstairs for ball 4. So a full pitch walk for Curtis. On the first batter that McGee sees in relief, that brings up Laney, who's walked and struck out so far in this ballgame. McGee peers in, gives the nod, comes home, first pitch, and this one is laced out to deep left field. Taking a couple steps back is Millick, sticks the glove out, and he'll make the play. Misread it a little bit, took a step in, and then took a couple steps back towards the warning track. Had to leap up a little bit, stick the glove up with his left hand as high as he could, just in front of the scoreboard in left field. Tracks it down, though, for out number 1. Well struck ball, though, by Laney. And one out for Ethan Rothstein. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball low and away. Rothstein got the rally started in the 4th with his single. Came around to score on the RBI single from Brody a couple batters later. There's the 1-0. Fastball up and away. And Rothstein, after going 0 for in game 1, getting some redemption. Another breaking ball low and away. 3-0. Because we've talked about it, he is coming off a tremendous year last season where he was all-conference first team, hit .354 with a .992 OPS. Takes a fastball inside. That's ball 4. And now Rothstein has reached his last 2 times to the dish. 2 walks to the first 3 batters that McGee faces, and there's runners on first and second for Ethan Dabo, who himself has walked twice today. And 4 total times between the 2 games. Dabo shows bunt, pulls back. It's a fastball just outside to go 1-0. From Montclair, New Jersey, attended Montclair High School. In North Jersey, as McGee sets and delivers. 1-0 is nubbed foul towards the first base dugout of the Golden Knights. Dabo played 17 games last year, including 7 starts. Hit .294. So took advantage of his opportunities playing behind Gil Marad. As this one is laced into deep right center field, ranging in is Maslowski. He'll make the shoestring grab. Tagging from second to third is Curtis. The throw not in time. He's in with a head first slide. Pieced up by Dabo into right center field. Maslowski with a nice play to track it down for the second out. And that'll bring up Colin Shishati. With runners on first and third, he's got Curtis 90 feet away. Rothstein off of first, looking for some insurance. As Jim Kane takes a step out of the first base dugout, calls out some signs for Clarkson. Here's the first pitch to Shishati. Rope foul behind home plate. Shishati with a .340 on base percentage throughout the early part of the season. Looking to get hot at the plate in conference play. Here's the 0-1. Big wave and a miss. Makes it 0-2. And McGee will look to escape the jam after a pair of walks in the inning. With runners on first and third, here's the 0-2. And it's fouled behind home plate. Giving it a look is Whalen, but that'll make it over the netting. Ithaca picked a place first in the Western Division in the preseason poll. Is the 0-2. Laced foul down the right field line. Looks like that'll make it out of play. And it will bounce on the warning track and foul ground. And make it out. Shishati stays alive. We mentioned it. He is a tough at-bat. Always has been throughout the course of his career, working his way into the starting lineup last season for that exact reason. Here's the 0-2. Fouls another one. This one sky high down the right field line and out of play. In Shishati's career, 218 at-bats over 90 games. He's only struck out 38 times. And he has walked 22. Breaking ball low and away makes it 1-2. See, at hit by pitches, he's been given free 90s only 6 fewer times than strikeouts. 1-2. Nub foul again towards the Clarkson dugout on the first base side off the facing. And Shishati stays alive. He's got a career .452 on base percentage for the Bombers. Right now, he's had his coldest start to the season. He's still got a .340. 1-2. This one laced shallow, right center field coming in, and it will hang up for the center fielder Kiefner to retire the side. A pair of runners left on base after a pair of walks in the inning. Nothing else working for the Bombers. 4-3 Ithaca leads. We're heading to the 6th on Bomber Sports. Quinn Maslowski, the 7-hitter in the Clarkson lineup, leads it off as the first pitch is a fastball up and away as Jack Collier back out onto work for his 6th inning. There was some action down the line in the 4th. As this one shot, backhanded by the shortstop, Rothstein throws on to first across the diamond and in time. And Collier saw himself in a couple of jams. We talked about that 3rd inning where 8 runners came to the plate, 8 batters came to the plate, 2 runs came across, got himself in a couple of jams. in the second and third innings, but was able to battle through them and stick out there as a slider called a strike on the outside corner. Makes it 0-1 on Bo Varden. Here's the 0-1 to Varden. Big wave and a miss at the slider again. Varden with a sharp double down the left field line his last time to the plate. As Collier's 0-2, fastball upstairs. Makes it 1-2. Gives the nod now to Whalen, to Dabo I should say. Kicks and fires, fastball just outside. Escaping the jam last inning with a easy ground ball. A couple of nice plays by his defense as well. Riley Brody made a nice play in the third, charging in on a ball to end the inning. As this one grounded sharply to the first baseman, Laney off the end of the bat. He'll take it himself and step on the bag for out number 2. And that will bring up the third baseman, C.J. Cartier, the 9-hitter. Cartier coming off a strong freshman year where he was in the lineup opening day last year. Got a lot of big-time starts in conference play as he takes a fastball in the inside corner. Really impressed in the preseason and had a very solid regular season for Jim Kane's squad. 0-1 is chopped back up the middle as the shortstop Rothstein charges on to first in time. All Jack Collier needs, give me 7 pitches. Let me get out of it. 3 up, 3 down in the 6th on a few infield ground balls. We head to the bottom of this 6th. 4-3, Bombers still lead. Jason McGee back out on to work for the Golden Knights as the Bombers on top 4-3 here in the bottom of the 6th. Riley Brody digs in from the left side. Brody, Peterson, Feeney due up for Ithaca as McGee kicks and fires the first pitch. It's a fastball swung on and fouled back off the netting behind home plate and out of play to go 0-1 after a 7-pitch inning in the top of the frame for Jack Collier, who's found himself in a couple of jams, but has been excellent these last 3 innings as the 0-1 is skied high left side in the outfield. Tracking back is the left fielder in Millick, and he'll range to his right and track that one down for out number 1. So that'll bring up Connor Peterson, and from the right-handed batter's box, had the 2-run single up the middle, which tied this ball game up in the 4th inning before Brody came around to score on a pass ball to give the Bombers the lead. And this one is smoked into left center field. That'll get down for a base hit, maybe more. Cut off in front of the wall by the center fielder Kiefner to hold Peterson to a single. Very nice play in left field. Looked like that was Kiefner, the center fielder, who slid to keep that ball from going to the wall and being extra bases, holds Peterson to a single, and that'll bring us to the top of the order. As it looks like we're going to have a pinch runner for Peterson, who departs this game 3 for 3. And the pinch runner will be Colin Dunn. Dunn, the sophomore, who's appeared in 6 games this season, 4 of them off the bench. He's got 1 stolen base, and he's got wheels. As Feeney steps in, Dunn, the pinch runner off of first base, coming in for Peterson. First pitch to Feeney, off speed, low and away. And we've mentioned some struggles for Connor Peterson, so great to see him with a 3 for 3 performance, including a pair of RBIs. As a pickoff attempt, back with a dive over at first is Dunn. And Dunn's got wheels. That's obviously why you bring him into this kind of situation, looking to get some insurance. As the 1-0 to Feeney is grounded through the right side of the infield. That's a base hit. Off on the pitch was Dunn, so he'll make it first to third easily. And the hitting continues for the Bombers. They only had 1 hit through the first 4 innings. And add that hit number 6 on the day for Ithaca as Fabo will step up. And you still got a whole lot of speed, with Feeney, who's got wheels on first, and Dunn off of third. Here comes the first pitch to Fabo. Takes a slider, calls strike on the low outside corner. Fabo has not been given anything to hit in either of these games. Worked 2 walks here in game 2 as a pickoff attempt. Feeney back with a dive. Has 2 walks in this game. Was hit by a pitch in the first game. Also doubled. Had some solid contact, but feels like he's been pitched around by every arm that Clarkson has brought in. Feeney off on the pitch. 0-1 fouled back out of play, so Feeney will have to make his way back to the first base bag. Looking to move him out of double play territory and put 2 runners in scoring position. We'll see if Feeney's off on this one as well. As McGee twists, fires, it's a breaking ball low and away. Feeney was off on the pitch and jogs into second base without a throw. So runners on second and third. Infield will shade in here for the Golden Knights. McGee looks in, gives the nod, comes set. With runners on second and third, the 1-2 is laced to the left center field. That'll get down for a base hit, maybe more. Scoring easily is done. Wave around third. Feeney scores. It's a 2-run single for Louis Fabo. Stay hot, and the Bombers extend the lead. It's 6-3 here in the bottom of the 6th. Back-to-back games with an extra base hit for Fabo. A huge two-run single. And it looks like that will be the end of the line for McGee. No signal to the bullpen yet. There it is. And McGee's day in relief is done. We'll see who the new pitcher is when we come back on Bomber Sports. The two-run single by Louis Fabo adds to the lead for Ithaca. They now lead 6-3 here in the bottom of the sixth. The two-run single also knocks McGee out of this game, and the new pitcher will be Hunter Geisler for the Clarkson Golden Knights. McGee goes an inning and a third with 3 hits, 2 runs allowed, 2 walks. He's still responsible for Fabo off of first base, as Geisler will take the ball. The right-hander at 6'7", 245 from Wallingford, Connecticut, has been lights out this season. 7 innings pitched, allowing no runs, 5 hits, 4 strikeouts, and he'll face Matt Curtis with 1 out and Fabo off of first base. A 6-3 lead for the Bombers thanks to Fabo and his heroics. As Curtis in the righty's batter's box, first pitch, Fabo off on the pitch. Throw down to second base after it was a breaking ball low and away is not in time. Not even a tag applied by the second baseman, Mason, as Fabo in easily with a head-first slide. And another runner in scoring position for IC. And a 1-0 count on Curtis, who went 2 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored in game 1 of the doubleheader. Long pause, and the 1-0, a big breaking ball swung on and missed out of the hand of Geisler. Evens it up at 1. Healthy leadoff second for Fabo as Geisler peers over. Long pause, set at the bell, now comes home 1-1, and it's pop foul behind home plate, out of play to go 1-2. Bouncing over top of the press box here at the beautiful Booth Field. Bombers looking for the sweep. After a 3-1 win in game 1 of this doubleheader to open up conference play. Here's the 1-2. Lakes right back up the middle. That's a base hit. Fabo gets the wave around third. Kefner, throw home. It is cut off. Fabo scores on the RBI single from Matt Curtis. Curtis stays blazing hot. It's his team-leading 16th RBI of the season. And it's a 7-3 lead for Ithaca. Only 1 out here. That run is on the ledger of McGee. As Laney digs in from the right-handed batter's box. Here's the first pitch. It's a slider. Did that hit him? Didn't. Just missed his hands, has to duck out of the way. And the count goes 1-0. Laney 0 for 2 with a walk. With Curtis off of first. And 1 out. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball smoked in a left center field. High fly ball. Trekking out is the center fielder Kefner, who calls off the left fielder Millick for out number 2. And that brings up Rothstein, who has reached base twice today via the single and the walk. Geisler peers in, gives the nod, comes set. At the belt, he kicks and fires as the slider is fouled behind home plate, out of play off the bat of Rothstein. Bombers' bats were relatively cold in game 1. Only 3 runs across on 6 hits, which for this Bombers team is cold. They've got 7 hits and 7 runs here in game 2 in the bottom of the 6th. As the 0-1 is laced out to deep right center field. Maslowski will call off the center fielder Kefner and trek under it for out number 3. Side retired, but not before. 3 runs across in the inning. RBI single from Matt Curtis. 2-run single from Louis Fabo. It's 7-3. Bombers lead as we head to the 7th on Bomber Sports. Jack Collier's day on the mound is done. 6 innings, 3 runs on 6 hits with 2 strikeouts, and Jack Picozzi will take over. And Picozzi has been a young star as a freshman on the mound so far this season for the Bombers as he takes the ball, and he'll face the top of the order starting off with Mason, who takes the fastball low and away. 7-3 the score. Ithaca on top. 3 runs of insurance coming in the bottom of the 6th. As Picozzi kicks and fires the 1-0, is a fastball low and away. Picozzi, the freshman pitcher from Hatfield, Pennsylvania, has dominated with a 3.86 ERA this season. 2 starts, 1 relief appearance, pitching in his 2nd relief outing today as the fastball low makes it 3-0. Had stellar outings against Arcadia and Elmira in his first 2 starts as the 3-0 fastball away, and that's ball 4. Mason will reach on 4 pitches via the walk. That Elmira game, a midweek, 5 innings, 1 run, 3 hits, 7 strikeouts. Arcadia was the number 21 team in the nation the time Ithaca played them in their 2nd game over spring break. Because he went 5 innings, 1 run, 5 hits, 5 strikeouts. As the first pitch is a fastball outside to Ken Wilson. He's been nothing shy of dominant on the mound, but has thrown 5 straight balls to start off this outing. There's the 1-0, skied foul down the left field line and out of play. Over the beautiful new player development complex here at Booth Field for the Big Red. Locker rooms, batting cages, workout facilities. As the 1-1, fastball swung and fouled back to the netting behind home plate. Bombers actually get to play a game on Booth Field before the Cornell Big Red do, as they were on the road this past weekend against Princeton. 1-2, slider, swing and a miss. There's that wicked breaking ball from Picozzi, which has led to the strikeout numbers that we've mentioned. Big wave and a miss for Wilson. And that is 1 out here in the top of the 7th, with Mason off of first. Here's the first pitch to Figliolino. It's a breaking ball inside. The slider's the go-to pitch for Picozzi. As the 1-0 offering. Slider, another big swing and a miss. And 1-1. As Picozzi checks over to first base and Mason. Now sets. Long pause, another look, and a pickoff attempt. Back with the dive over at first is Mason. Figliolino with a pair of singles as part of the 2-for-3 day here in Game 2. Had an RBI back in the 3rd. And fouled off the knob of the bat. Makes it 1-2. Tried to check his swing. Got it off the knob as he tried to pull back. And it goes 1-2. As here comes Picozzi's 1-2. Slider low and away. Dabo has to reach his left hand as far to his right as it can go to keep that ball from going to the backstop. Evens it up at 2. Action down the left field line. It's Sean Kelly warming in the Bombers bullpen. Here's the 2-2. Fastball driven foul. Giving it a look is Laney, but that'll bounce in foul ground on top of the warning track, turf warning track, and keep it at 2-2. Clarkson with 6 grad students, 5 seniors, a very seasoned team heading into this season. looking to improve upon last year's 11-23 record. There's the 2-2. Wave and a miss. Foul tip into the glove of Dabo. Actually, he'll squeeze for strikeout number 2. Back-to-back punch-outs for Picozzi here in the 7th. And Jake Millick will step up. Millick, one of those key returners. Pagano, Wilson, all grad students that return to Clarkson. There's the first pitch. Fastball low and away. And Clarkson already with a 7-4 record to start off the year. And played this Bombers team quite close. There's the 1-0. Shot back up the middle. Shortstop Rothstein will take it the easy way and step on the second base bag himself to retire the side. Working around the leadoff walk is Picozzi. Pair of strikeouts on the way. It's 7-3 Bombers lead as we head to the bottom of the 7th on Bomber Sports. Back in the bottom of the 7th, a 7-3 lead for Ithaca as Hunter Geisler back out onto work for Clarkson. The right-hander kicks and deals the first pitch to the left-handed hitting to Dabo. Is skied foul down the left field line and out of play over the batting cages, over the bullpens here at Booth Field. Ithaca looking for the sweep in a come-from-behind win in Game 2 as they were down 3-0 heading into the 5th inning. As Dabo ropes the 0-1 down the left field line over the head of the third baseman in Cartier. That will roll all the way to the corner, cut off by Millick to prevent Dabo from stretching it any further. But that's a leadoff single. Dabo goes the other way. The 8th hit of the day for the Bombers, and a runner on first with no outs. And Colin Shishadi will step up to the plate. Dabo's first hit of the day after he walked his first 2 times to the dish. As the first pitch to the right-handed hitting Shishadi is skied foul behind home plate, over the netting and out of play. Shishadi 0 for 2 was hit by a pitch and scored back in that 4th inning, which saw 8 Bombers come to the plate and 4 runs come across. As the 0-1 fastball fouled back to make it 0-2 on Shishadi. As Ithaca looking to sweep the doubleheader and sweep the first series of the season in Liberty League play. A conference that they've won the past 2 seasons. Going to NCAA Super Regionals the last 2 seasons as well. As the breaking ball called strike 3 on the outside corner to Shishadi. He goes down looking for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 7th. Geisler's been strong in relief so far after coming in on cleanup duty. Entered this game with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 6th. A lot of pair to come across as Brody will dig in from the left side. First pitch he sees is a changeup low and away with the Dabo dancing off of first. Count goes 1-0. Brody had a clutch RBI single back in the 4th, which got the scoring started for the Bombers and propelled that rally, which put Ithaca on top. Here's the 1-0. Called a strike on the outside corner with a fastball. Count goes 1-1 on Brody, who had 6 homers last year. Also homered against Swarthmore down in Florida. Barrels the 1-1 back, and the count goes 1-2. As now Geisler peers in, comes set. Long pause, delivers the 1-2, and this one is laced into right field. Coming in on it is the right fielder Maslowski. He won't get there. It'll drop in front of him for a base hit. Going first to third is Dabo as he slides in head first. And a clutch 1-out single for Riley Brody. Second hit of the inning, and that will put runners on the corners for Lucas Orlovitz, who came into this game as a defensive replacement for Connor Peterson last inning after Peterson was pinch ran for by Dunn. Orlovitz 3 for 6 this season. Got a start in Game 2 of the series versus Swarthmore down in Lexington. With an opportunity, runners on the corners here. First pitch is a slider called a strike on the low outside corner. Out of the hand of this 6'7" Geisler. And in his sole collegiate start, Orlovitz going 2 for 3 with 2 runs scored and a walk as well. As Geisler sets with Brody off of first and a Dabo off of third. And a swing and a miss on the breaking ball again. As Geisler pulls the string, it's 0-2 on Orlovitz. The 9-hitter taking Feeney's spot in the order. Taking over duties at the hot corner as well. As Geisler checks the runners, comes home 0-2. And the slider, Orlovitz gets a piece of it. 3 straight breaking balls to the 9-hitter. Orlovitz, the sports media major from Goldens Bridge, New York. Saw 4 games as a freshman. But only 2 at-bats, went 1 for 2. Did have a pair of RBIs against Arcadia, actually, as the 0-2 is laced in a deep left center field. Tracking back, unable to get there, is the left fielder Millick. Scoring easily from third is Dabo. Brody got a late start from first as Millick was tracking it down. Dove couldn't get there. Kieffer in center field was backing him up. And that's an RBI double for Lucas Orlovitz. 8-3 now the score with the Bombers on top. Brody up to third and Orlovitz in at second base with the celebration. Some more insurance for Ithaca and the top of the order, and Colin Feeney stepping up. First pitch to Feeney, fastball inside. So now Orlovitz is 5 for 9 in his career with 3 RBIs. Pretty solid start, I would say, for the sophomore. Working his way to some at-bats. Plays all over the infield for Ithaca. As the 1-0 to Feeney is skied high left side of the infield. Foul ground giving chase Cartier. Foul territory. Will he get there? He cannot. Was backtracking onto the warning track and just a bit too far out of his reach. Couldn't track it down, and Feeney stays alive. So Feeney gets another life. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball just low. And the count goes 2-1. Now coming set. Geisler kicks and deals. Wave and a miss. Rather, you got a piece of it. So it goes to the backstop and the count goes 2-2. Bombers on top 8-3 here in the bottom of the seventh. As Geisler kicks and fires the 2-2. Nubbed on the right side of the infield. It's the second baseman Mason. Bobbles it. He'll have to go to first, but that's not in time. Looked at Brody, was going to try and get the lead runner going home. But bobbled it, and Feeney hustles down the line. Adds to the lead. It's 9-3 Bombers. And that'll bring up Fabo with runners on the corners. Geisler rocks and fires. Feeney off on the pitch. Throw down at second base from the catcher. Whalen in time. Second time today, Feeney's been thrown out trying to take a base. Third time he's actually been thrown out on the base paths for out number 2. Still a runner 90 feet away in Orlovitz. Fabo will try to push him home and add some insurance. So 2 outs now is the 1-0 to Fabo. Here's a fastball upstairs. After Feeney reached on the E4, his third time today on base. The second error for Clarkson as the 2-0. Breaking ball dropped in there for a called strike on the outer third. Fabo with the clutch 2-run single in the 6th, which propelled the lead for Ithaca. Here comes the 2-1. Slider grounded foul down the left field line. Orlovitz has to skip out of the way, dancing off third base with his lead. 2-2 now on Fabo. With 15 RBIs on the season, second behind only Matt Curtis's 16. As Geisler sets and comes home the 2-2. Foul tip, but not a foul tip because Whalen couldn't hold on to it. So another life for Fabo. Geisler got him to wave and get just a teeny piece of the metal at the top of the zone. But Whalen couldn't hold on. Pops out of the glove. Another life for Fabo with a 2-2 count. Orlovitz off of third. Here it comes. Slider, bloop foul on the right side of the infield over top of the Clarkson dugout. Bombers looking to become the first team in the Liberty League to 10 wins as Fabo slices this one foul down the right side. Stays 2-2. No other Liberty League team has 10 wins on the season overall. Obviously, nobody's played more than 3 games in conference play. Bombers looking to be the first to do so. Here's the 2-2 to Fabo. Breaking ball low and away. Count goes full with Matt Curtis waiting on deck. Looking to do some more damage. Already RBIs in games 1 and 2 of this doubleheader. Here's the payoff pitch to Fabo. Up and in just missed his hands, hit his hands. Not going to matter, ball 4 regardless. They will say it hit him, so that'll be hit by pitch in the scorebook. And that'll bring up Matt Curtis. Geisler looking to get out of any further trouble. And the Bombers looking to put a deck on the scoreboard. Fabo off first, Orlovitz off of third. First pitch to Curtis is laced into right center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Scoring easily is Orlovitz from third. Fabo up at third. He goes first to third on the RBI single from Matt Curtis. His second RBI hit of the day, and it is 10-3. Bombers on top. The offensive showcase continues for Ithaca. A 7-run lead. And Matt Curtis stays blazing hot with multiple RBIs and multiple hits in both ends of this doubleheader. Double digits on the scoreboard for Ithaca is Laney in from the left side. Geisler's first pitch is laced into right field. That'll get down for a base hit. Scoring easily from third is Fabo. Getting the stop sign is Curtis, so he'll move up to second base. That's an RBI knock for Camden Laney. His first hit of the day. The offense keeps coming, and Jim Kane will take the trot out to the mound, signals to the bullpen. That'll be all she wrote for Hunter Geisler. 11-3, Bombers on top with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th when we return on Bomber Sports. Back in the bottom of the 7th inning, 4 runs already crossed in the inning, and coming in on cleanup duty is Carter Gold for the Clarkson Golden Knights. The junior right-hander from Schenectady, New York, has had his struggles this season with an ERA of 7, coming off of a strong outing and 4 shutout innings against Framingham State after a couple of tough starts to begin this season. He had an ERA of 1 last year and 9 innings out of the bullpen, and he will face Ethan Rothstein, the 5-hitter, with Camden Laney off of first base, Matt Curtis off of second, and an 11-3 lead for Ithaca as the first pitch to Rothstein is a breaking ball dropped in there for a called strike on the outer third. And that ends the day for Geisler. Still responsible for both Curtis and Laney as the 0-1. Breaking ball roped to the third baseman in Cartier, who snags it for out number 3. Only needs 2 pitches, Gold does, to get out of it. But 4 runs across for Ithaca in the inning on 4 hits, couple of errors, a hit batsman, and the Bombers lead 11-3 as we head to the 8th on Bomber Sports. On to the 8th from Booth Field. An 11-3 lead for Ithaca after a 4-spot in the bottom of the 7th. Tacking on a few more runs of insurance as we head to the top of the 8th. Sean Kelly back out onto work for the first time as he'll take over for Picozzi, who went 1 inning of relief with a pair of punch-outs and 1 walk. And Kelly, the left-hander, kicks and deals. First pitch is a fastball low to Kiefner, who's 0 for 3 on the day, reached on an error in the 3rd. And Kelly has been tremendous this season for Ithaca in 4 1/3 innings out of the bullpen with 4 punch-outs, a couple earned runs. But one of those relievers in the bullpen as he throws a ball low to make it 2-0, that when he's on, he's as good as it gets in the bullpen for Ithaca. As the 2-0 fouled off behind his own plate. Kelly, the senior from South Hempstead, New York, after he pitched 4.1 innings last year, the 2-1 up and away. He didn't allow a run over his first 2 outings of the season. 3 innings, a couple of strikeouts. Had some trouble against Swarthmore, which has inflated his ERA, as a 5-pitch walk to start it off to Kiefner. Only allowing 1 walk on the season with 4 strikeouts, but allows a leadoff walk there. And that'll bring Robert Whalen to the plate. The lefty kicks and fires. First pitch is a fastball laced into center field. Feeney takes a step in, now takes a step back, and tracks it down for out number 1. By the way, Ethan Dabo taken out of this game behind the plate. Logan Scully comes in as a defensive replacement to catch Kelly, and it'll be a pinch hitter now for Clarkson. Seth Albert takes the first pitch breaking ball down the heart of the plate for a called strike. Albert came in as a defensive replacement in a couple of games over spring break, but hasn't gotten an at-bat this season. Runner off on the pitch, and the breaking ball is chopped to the third base side. Orlovitz charging, throwing on to first. Couldn't be corralled by the first baseman, Laney. For the second time today, it's been a ball that's bounced off of his glove at first base and right onto the turf. So that'll go as an E3 on Laney. And put runners on first and second with 1 out for Bo Varden. First pitch is swing and a miss. Varden with a double to left field back in the 4th, as this one is skied into deep center. Feeney ranging back towards the warning track. Kiefner ready to tag, and he'll be in at third base standing up, well ahead of the throw. Feeney going all the way back just in front of the 390 sign in dead center to track that one down. And that brings up C.J. Cartier. This one chopped right out of the infield. Second baseman Brody flips to second to go the easy way and retire the side. Bombers strand 1 runner on base. No hits in the inning. A pair reach on a walk and an error as we will head to the bottom of the 8th. 11-3. Ithaca leads. Carter Gold back out onto work after he only needed 2 pitches to come in and get a 2-out ground ball to strand 2 runners on base in the 7th. Here in the bottom of the 8th, 11-3 the score with the Bombers on top. Logan Scully digs in from the right side for his first at-bat after he came in as a defensive replacement for Ithaca. 1-0 pitch to Scully is skied foul down the right field line and out of play. Scully from Arnold, Maryland, academic sophomore, played last season at Cloud Community College in Kansas, hitting .256, and he was a transfer from George Mason, where he played his freshman year. Didn't see any action on the field as the fastball in the dirt makes it 2-1. Was recruited by some high-profile schools out of St. Mary's, Annapolis in Maryland, as the fastball upstairs makes it 3-1. Bucknell, Maryland, High Point, Navy chose to go to George Mason, decided to go the JUCO route after that, and he's landed on the South Hill. 3-1. Swing and a miss on the off-speed. Count goes full. Looking for his first hit at Ithaca. Playing in 3 games for the Bombers. As a fastball upstairs for ball 4. Popped out of the glove of the catcher, Whalen. And Scully reaches base via the base on balls. And that'll bring up Colin Shishati. As the first pitch to Shishati, fouled back off the netting behind home plate. Reached base 5, hit by pitch, came around to score in the 4th. Hitless aside from that. Did have an RBI bloop double in game 1 as the fastball low and away makes it 1-1. Shishati hitting a respectable .298, but looking to get hot as conference play opens up as he fouls the 1-1 back to make it 1-2. For the man who led the Liberty League in average last year among qualified players at .489, led the team with a .535 on-base percentage as well. Here comes the 1-2. Breaking ball left in the dirt, evens it at 2. Shishati earned a spot in the starting lineup 25 games into the season. Didn't get a start until April 12th. So this time last year, he was riding the bench, coming into some games as a pinch runner. There's the 2-2, nub towards the on-deck circle. Worked his way into the starting lineup and put up video game numbers for the Bombers last year. His .489 average, the single-season record for a qualified batter in Bombers history. There's the 2-2, breaking ball upstairs, slips away, count goes full. And then had a dominant performance in the playoffs as well. Had a hit in all 5 NCAA playoff games he played in. Had 6 stolen bases, made the all-tournament team in the regional at Cortland, as the payoff is a fastball upstairs for ball 4. So back-to-back walks to start off the bottom of the 8th inning for Carter Gold. And a mound visit for Whalen, who goes out to talk to the right-hander from Schenectady, New York. Coming off his best career outing against Framingham State. 4 innings, no runs, 4 strikeouts. And now looking to get out of an early hole with back-to-back walks. Riley Brody in from the right side. He's got a pair of hits on the day. First pitch, fastball called a strike on the outer third. Brody with a huge RBI single back in the 4th. Which opened up the scoring. 0-1. Fastball called a strike on the outside corner again. And Brody, who has been hot these last couple of games, was on a hot streak to end the spring break trip down to Lexington. Takes the 0-2 and skies it out to deep center field. Kiefner takes a few steps back. Ready to tag from second base is Scully, and he'll slide in feet first. Well ahead of the throw. No tag applied. A little bit offline as well. Cartier didn't apply the tag, and there's runners on the corners with one out. Here in the bottom of the eighth, an 11-3 lead for Ithaca, and Lucas Orlovitz into the right-handed batter's box. Orlovitz came in as a pinch hitter for Connor Peterson in the seventh and had himself a clutch RBI double at the deep left center field, just in front of the 397 side. Here's the first pitch he sees. Fastball called a strike on the outer third. Now up with runners on the corners, with Scully off of third, Shishati off of first. Gold kicks and fires. 0-1 is laced out to deep left center field again. Kiefner ranging to his right, tracks it down. Tagging from third is Scully. He's up without a throw. Another RBI for Lucas Orlovitz with his sac fly and a 12-3 lead for Ithaca. Here with two outs in the bottom of the eighth. Two trips to the dish for Orlovitz. Two RBIs out of it. And that brings us to the top of the order in Feeney. First pitch to Feeney is a slider just outside. Scully scores his first run as a bomber. Can check that one off as the 1-0. Big swing and a miss on the slider again. Scully still looking for his first hit as an Ithaca bomber, but crosses that one off. Gets some action behind the plate today as well as the 1-1. Fastball low and away to Feeney. Makes it 2-1. Feeney's reached base on an error, a single and a walk so far today. After a solid game in game one, went 2 for 4 with a run and a stolen base. Fastball low and away. Makes it 3-1 here. As the 3-1 to Feeney is laced foul on top of the netting that overlooks the Bombers' dugout on the third base side. Double barrel action in the Bomber bullpen down the left field line. It's a lefty and a righty up and throwing. As off on the pitch was Shishati, 3-2, 2 outs. And that one is low for a walk. So Feeney works the full count walk. It's the third free pass allowed this inning by Gold. And they'll bring up Fabo. Fabo hit by a pitch in his last at-bat. And that huge 2-run single just before that, which added a couple of clutch insurance runs. First pitch, breaking ball up and away. 1-0. Here it comes to Fabo. Breaking ball again. This time a called strike at the top of the zone to the Hewitt, New Jersey native. The senior looking to become the first Bomber in over a decade to be named to the all-conference team all 4 years in an Ithaca uniform as he skies this one into shallow right field. Albert ranging in after he came in as a pinch hitter last inning for Maslowski, and he tracks it down for out number 3, side retired. 1 run comes across the sac fly from Lucas Orlovitz. It's 12-3, Bombers on top. All they need is 3 outs on the defensive side. Looking for the win and the sweep in Game 2 of this doubleheader against Clarkson. John Griffin will come out and get some work in relief. Third pitcher used in relief by David Valicente back in the top of the ninth inning. 12-3, the lead for Ithaca over the Golden Knights, looking for the sweep in the second game and the first day of Liberty League play here on the East Hill. And the new pitcher is John Griffin, who got a couple of big-time saves down in Lexington on the spring break trip. First pitch to James Mason at the top of the order is grounded up the middle. Backhanded by Brody behind second base. Throws on to first base. Cannot be picked down the dirt by Laney. Goes all the way to the facing of the Clarkson dugout. And Mason will reach on the error. Fourth error of the day for the Bombers defense. And that will bring up Kent Wilson. With Mason off of first, reaching for the third time today. Wilson in from the left side. And the first pitch he sees, breaking ball in the dirt, blocked by Scully to keep Mason over there at first. Griffin, the senior from Tolan, Connecticut, has pitched 9 innings this season across 6 appearances, allowing 7 earned runs with 13 strikeouts as the off-speed low and away. Makes it a 2-0 count on Wilson, who's 1 for 3, singled back in the first. As the 2-0 is laced out to deep left center field. Ranging back is Fallow towards the wall. That'll one-hop the wall in left field. Getting the stop sign, now the wave around third is Mason. Play at the plate from the shortstop Rothstein. Throw home. Scully can't pick out of the dirt. Advancing to third on the throw, attempting to at least, is Wilson. He dives in safely. So a double advances to third on the throw. And another RBI, another run on the board for Clarkson to cut the deficit. It's 12-4. So Mason scores. Wilson 90 feet away for Joe Figliolino. First pitch, a ball. As the 1-0 is skied out to shallow center. Feeney ranging in it. Will Wilson tag? Yes, he does. Testing the arm strength of Feeney. It's offline. Cut off by Feeney. Cut off by Laney, excuse me. And another run on the board. Cutting the deficit to 7 runs now. 2 runs across the inning. There's the first out. On the sac fly from Figliolino. Adding that, his second RBI of the day. And Jake Millick will dig in from the left side. Here's the first pitch. Fastball laced out to left field. Charging in now is Fabo. And a couple steps to his right towards the foul line. Tracks it down out number 2. So with some room to work with. Now Griffin getting back to where he needs to be with 2 consecutive fly balls and 1 out away. Breaking ball low and away for ball 4. Excuse me, for ball 1. As the count goes 1-0. Here is the 1-0. Another slider outside that time to Kiefner. He's 0 for 4 on the day. Reached on an error back in the third. As the 2-0. Fastball just inside and 3 straight balls to start off the count to Kiefner. As the 3-0 pitch is a fastball outside and a 4-pitch walk. So the inning extends. Kiefner reaches base, and that'll bring Whalen to the dish with a runner on first base and 2 outs. Clarkson's offense with their backs against the wall. Looking to prevent the sweep. 2 outs, runner on first base. First pitch, a fastball right down Broadway for a called strike. To Whalen, who's 0 for 3 on the day. Here's Griffin's 0-1. Breaking ball in the dirt, blocked by Scully. Checking his swing was Whalen. Didn't go around, says the home plate umpire. And 1-1 the count. On Whalen, the senior backstop. Here's the 1-1. Sky-high fly ball. Shallow right field. Ranging in is Shashani. Ranging out is the second baseman, Brody, and he picks it up to end the ball game. John Griffin locks it down in the ninth, and the Bombers get the sweep to open up Liberty League play. A 12-5 win in Game 2. Come from behind after they were down 3-0 early, and that follows what was a 3-1 win in Game number 1, backed by dominant pitching. 12 hits, 12 runs here in Game 2. And the Bombers move to 2-0 in conference play with the sweep, 10-4 overall. They're the first team in the Liberty League with double-digit wins on this season. And that will wrap things up here from Booth Field. A pair of great games between Ithaca and Clarkson. The next time the Bombers will be in action will be on Friday as they'll travel to Canton in the North Country for a 3-game set with St. Lawrence. The next time they'll be at home right here on Bomber Sports will be Tuesday, April 2nd at 3:30 in a midweek out-of-conference battle with St. John Fisher. That's going to wrap things up for this broadcast. Bombers get 2 wins and sweep the doubleheader against Clarkson to move to 10-4 in the season, 12-5 the score in Game 2 after a 3-1 win in Game 1. That'll wrap things up. I'm Eli Fishman. Thank you for tuning in, and so long.